afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is Wednesday, December 7th at 3:02 in the afternoon. I'd like to call the City Commission meeting to order. It is my honor and privilege to introduce Pastor Terry Delaney of First Baptist Church, our neighbor downtown, right across the street. He is the Associate Pastor of Missions and Pastoral Care. They'll be providing the invocation. Pastor, welcome.
Thank you. As is my practice, I'd like to read some scripture to form our prayer. The Apostle Paul writes to young Timothy, I urge that supplications, prayers, intercessions, and thanksgivings be made for all people, for kings and all who are in high positions, that we may lead a peaceful and quiet life, godly and dignified in every way. This is good, and it is pleasing in the sight of God our Savior, who desires all people to be saved and to come to the knowledge of the truth. For there is one God, and there is one mediator between God and men, the man, Christ Jesus, who gave himself as a ransom for all. Let us pray. Father, for this last meeting of the year 2022, Lord, I pray for our leaders. I pray for those who are in attendance, for our city, Lord, that you would provide unity with our leadership, but also within our city, that we would know, Lord, that our leaders whom we have elected only want to do what is best for us, for this community. Lord, I pray that you would provide wisdom. I pray that you would provide calmness and good speech. And Lord, that you would provide for us the ability to voice disagreements in a winsome way, but also know, Lord, that you are giving us these men and women to make these difficult decisions to see that Tallahassee is run well. Lord, we do pray for peace. We do pray for that quiet life, especially this time of year when we celebrate the hope and joy that is Christmas. We thank you, Father, for the hope we have in Jesus Christ. And I thank you for our leaders who are making these decisions and having these conversations, even here in the public sphere. We pray this in Christ's name. Amen.
Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pastor, thank you so much for joining us today. We certainly do appreciate it. Enjoy the season. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a full agenda today. It's going to be a great agenda. We have a lot of business. This is our last meeting of 2022, so we are going to jump right in. We will be colleagues? She is, and we're going to take care of that in just a second. We're going to jump right in. We will, colleagues, we'll take a break sometime between 5:30 and 5:45. We'll come back for the public hearing at 6 o'clock. And then whatever business we still have remaining, we will take up after the public hearing at 6, okay? All right, as you can see, Commissioner Williams-Cox, the Mayor Pro Tem, is not with us in chambers. Mayor Pro Tem, are you with us on the phone?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon.
Excellent. Our ordinances allow her to, our policies allow her to participate by phone, but is there a motion to allow her to participate by phone?
So moved. Second.
Okay. Properly moved by Commissioner Richardson, seconded by Commissioner Matlow. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Passes unanimously, 5-0. Okay, do we have any agenda modifications today, Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Agenda item 8.07 has been pulled at the request of Commissioner Porter by policy that's been renumbered as item 901 for your discussion.
Okay, any questions about the modifications? Seeing none, we will move forward. We have two presentations today. Chris Revel, will you please come join me? Bring the team up. Bring everybody up. This is Chris Revel and the Community Beautification Department of the City of Tallahassee. Men and women do an absolutely amazing job. We love working with each and every one of you. day in and day out, and you make Tallahassee look absolutely fantastic. We certainly do appreciate it. I would like to present this, and Chris, you get to pick. You can provide comments or whoever you want at the end. But I'd love to present this proclamation from the governing body of the City of Tallahassee, a proclamation. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. And whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world, and whereas trees can cut energy used for heating and cooling, help clean the air, reduce stormwater runoff, produce life-giving oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife, and whereas Tallahassee has one of the highest percentages of tree canopy coverage in the nation at 55%, and has for 30 consecutive years been recognized by the Arbor Day Foundation as a Tree City USA community. And whereas a healthy urban forest has repeatedly been shown to be a critical component to a vibrant and livable community, economically, environmentally, and socially. And whereas the City of Tallahassee adopted its Urban Forest Master Plan in 2018 as a guide for the future of our community's tree canopy and to improve this vital city asset as our community changes in the coming years. And whereas the City of Tallahassee employs more than 20 certified arborists and tree care professionals who provide close care for trees within our public right-of-way, participate in reforestation efforts, and help educate residents about proper care for trees on private property. And whereas hundreds of trees are planted by the City of Tallahassee on residential property each year, free of charge through its popular Adopt a Tree program. And whereas trees have always been an essential part of our community's excellent quality of life, adding joy and spiritual comfort to generations of residents and visitors alike. Now, therefore, I, John E. Daly, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the City of Tallahassee, do hereby proclaim upcoming Saturday, January 21st, 2022 as Arbor Day, 23 as Arbor Day, thank you, in the City of Tallahassee, and we urge all citizens to plant and care for trees to help continue the long-lasting relationship between trees and our community. I further encourage Tallahassee residents to support efforts to protect our existing trees so that we may all enjoy the many benefits of majestic, mature trees in the future. In witness, I have read into the record in front of each and every one of you, signed with my signature, John E. Daly, dated December 7th, 2022. Thank you so much. Chris, let me turn it over to you for a couple of comments, but let me officially present this proclamation to you and all of you. Thank you again for all the great work that you do on behalf of the City of Tallahassee and our community.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioners, appointed officials, we appreciate the support that you've given us through both the policies that you've provided for us to be able to work through the Urban Forestry Master Plan. Also, City Commission Policy 2001, more commonly known as the Tree Bank, is a very key asset for us as we're doing tree projects throughout the city. And this group that's with me, this is what makes my job so easy. We've got representatives from Parks and Recreation, Neighborhood Affairs, Community Beautification. We have a couple folks that aren't here from Electric Utility. We have a young lady here from Planning Department that everyone well knows. So we have all of these folks, or at least, and I shouldn't say that, are certified arborists. They have an even additional training beyond that. Some are as much as you can attain within our profession. So these folks right here are really great folks to work with, and makes my job so much easier, and I'm privileged to be able to work with them. Thank you.
Excellent. Good job. This is always a great time of year when we get to recognize the annual Neighborhood Leadership Academy graduates, and I would like to ask the one and only Ashley Edwards, Director of Parks and Recreation, to please come join us, and will walk us through our graduation. Ashley, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. It's my pleasure to be here this evening. We are so excited to introduce to you tonight the graduates of the 2022 class of the Neighborhood Leadership Academy. They have spent the last 11 weeks spending every Tuesday night with us for 2 to 3 hours a night, learning everything that they can about city government. I think it has been a very positive experience for them. I know it's been a positive experience for us. And our hope now is that they have not only learned some things, gotten to experience some things they hadn't before, had a little fun along the way, and that they now leave armed to be ambassadors for their neighbors, their neighborhoods, in terms of city services and city programs, city projects, city contacts. So without further ado, I'd like to call their names. If you'll hold the applause until the end, I'll ask them to step forward and join us up here. And without hesitation, I want to introduce Denia Blake from Stratford Manor, Destiny Burke from Brookwood Chase, Carlin Caldwell from Bloxham Terrace, Letitia Daniels from Tallahassee Highlands, Nehemiah Ford from the Callan neighborhood, Alex Gibson from Grove Park, LaChanthia Hall from Griffin Heights, Caroline Clank from Blairstone Forest, Raza Shakur Kamorjoro from Piney Z, Ashley Leland from Vincent Drive, Rebecca London from Midtown, Anthony Quickle from Midtown, and Christina Wiggins from Brant Hills. Let's give them all a hand. I know that those of the members of the class that couldn't be here with us tonight, this afternoon rather, are watching on TV. We really did thoroughly enjoy them being with us for this time. We thank them for spending the time with us and wanting to be engaged and involved leaders in their neighborhoods. I would be very remiss, though, if I did not also recognize our neighborhood affairs staff that did such an outstanding job of putting this whole program together, led by our manager, Mr. John Baker. I believe he and several of his staff are there. If y'all would please stand up. Wave. John, you and your team do a great job.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we begin the bulk of the meeting, let me remind you, as I like to do at the beginning of every meeting, of our civility pledge. Let's set the example, not only at the dais, but also for all those that are participating and watching on TV, how good government can operate on the local level. And I hope that you will join me as well. Do we have any announcements to come before the City Commission today?
No, sir.
All right, we have appearances by City Commission appointed boards, committees, and other governments. 7.01. The Affordable Housing Advisory Committee 2022 report of recommendations. Are you taking the lead on that, Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me invite our Director of Housing, Jean Amison, forward. She's going to introduce, provide some brief comments and background, and introduce the chairman of the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee for this year's report.
Jean, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Give us just a minute. I think we have a no. Yes? No? No? Okay. All right. That's okay. Well, good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Jean Amison, Housing Manager for the city. As required by Florida statutes, and I won't go into the whole big statutory citation, the city has appointed an Affordable Housing Advisory Committee whose charge it is to review the city's policies, ordinances, and such, and ensure that our policies do not restrict and that they further and facilitate affordable housing. The AHAC is required to meet annually and file a report annually by December 31st. This report is presented to you as our City Commission for acceptance by the deadline of December 31st of each year. Your acceptance of the report does not commit you to any of the recommendations, and you can also direct city staff for further action if needed. This is the second year that this has been provided annually. Prior to the new statutory ordinance, the reports were only done every 3 years when our local housing assistance plan was put in place, which we did this year, but now the reports are due annually. And we would like to thank the 11-member body. Mayor, you are one of those, and we have several members with us today. If you all would stand, please, and be recognized for your work. We have several. Their diligence this year was incredible. We held 9 meetings, and 3 of those were joint meetings with the county's AHAC. So they are also required to have an AHAC in order to get state housing initiatives partnership funding each year. So we're really happy for their support. And I would like to call up Jim McShane, the chair of the AHAC, to report out on the recommendations.
Jim, thanks for joining us.
Okay, all right. Since we apologize, since we didn't have the PowerPoint, I'll go ahead and state there were 2 recommendations that came out of the body's work this year. One was a recommendation, and it actually touched on quite a few of what the statutory citations require us to look at. They recommended that the city address set up a PUD on a large tract or a city-owned parcel and have it developer ready so that we can further facilitate affordable housing. The second recommendation was around an education piece, specifically code enforcement and landlord education on the upkeep of units and making them healthy and safe for our residents. So those were the 2 main recommendations. They are in your report packet and the materials provided to you, but I'll let Jim, as chair of the AHAC, say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners, and thank you, Mayor. You were at all our meetings and really appreciate that. I want to also thank Dr. Thomas and Jean, because as staff, as you can see, they do the work. I'm sort of like the titular head, so I understand that. But I did want to just go over quickly what we talked about in just general terms. We talked about workforce housing. We talked about housing demand in our city and county and the fact that the demand outstrips what we have available at this point. As Jean said, we have city and county AHAC joint meetings, again, trying to make sure that we're aligning what we're doing between the city and the county so that it's better for our developments all around. Obstacles for development of housing. We talked some about those things. What kind of policies are in place that hinder our ability to be able to have affordable housing? Obviously, the Fed rate is a big problem right now with the Fed raising it. I actually sent the Fed a note that I thought it's time for them to rethink that there ought to be a tiered type of rating so that if you're a new homeowner, it's a lesser interest rate. If you're a homeowner that's got to go out and find a new job and get another house, and it's your primary house, another rate, and then finally the usual rate. We coordinated those policies between the county and the city. So again, thanks to the committee for great discussions on the policy issues and working towards addressing homeless. And I can tell you this workforce issue is really serious. I just came from a meeting 2 days ago with the county commissioner down in Wakulla, and they have a lot of homeless people there. Many of them are using our homeless shelter. They want to have a job. They don't have transportation. I know Mr. White, I see him in here. He's somebody that really does a lot of great work with getting people to and from work. But we've got some issues that we need to work on. And, you know, the business community is crying to us all the time at CareerSource, we can't find the people. Well, the people can't get there, it's going to be a problem. And if they can't find a house to live in or an apartment at a reasonable cost, that's going to be a problem. So I plead that we keep this conversation going, and I want to thank you for being able to serve you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
And so with that, the option one is to accept the report of recommendations for staff. And we also like to let you know that as we move into 2023, the work will not slow down. There is going to be great discussions around the inclusionary housing ordinance that has been talked about this year as well. So we'll start out with some joint meetings next year, so that'll be exciting. But I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cook, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do have one speaker on this item. Robin Gray is connected virtually, and as we make that connection, I'll let people know that on items where we have speakers virtually and in person, we'll take those here in person first and then go to the virtual speakers. Regardless of where you're speaking from, you will have 3 minutes for remarks, and I'll give you a heads up at 2.5. And we will see if Robin Gray is prepared with remarks.
Robin Gray? Is Robin Gray with us?
I think there, but hasn't unmuted or made a connection to begin speaking. Look at the city attorney for confirmation here. This item, you're accepting the report, but you're not taking action.
Correct.
So any speaker on this would have an opportunity to speak to the specific actions at such time as you bring them forward.
Sure. Robin Gray?
I'm here.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much. Your name and address for the record, please, and the clerk will let you know when you have 30 seconds left on your time.
My name is Reverend Robin Gray. I'm a member of the Capital Area Justice Ministry's Affordable Housing Strategy Team and Minister Emerita of the Unitarian Universalist Church of Tallahassee. I reside at 2750 Timber Trail Circle. The Affordable Housing Research Team's work, meeting with experts and practitioners, represents careful consideration of the alternatives available. More than that, it compels us by our hearts as we hear the myriad stories of people who are shut out of affordable housing. Like the City Commission, we are dedicated to representing the people of Tallahassee, not as nameless numbers, but as individuals, citizens who deserve the very best we have to offer. If Capital Area Justice Ministry's affordable housing team could make a safe, secure, affordable housing available immediately to every family with extremely low income and very low income, we'd do so. We can't. We come to our city commission so that together we can draw a little closer to that goal every year. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please, Mr. Clerk.
We have no other speakers on this item.
Okay, I'm going to come to you in a second, Mayor Pro Tem, for comment, because I can't see if you have your hand raised or not. But let me start off by saying, as a member of the AHAC, Gene, you and your team are amazing. You do absolutely incredible work. It has been a pleasure serving on the AHAC, and thank you for everything that you do on behalf of the city and the community. I mean, it's just an incredible team that you have. And Jim, as our chair, and to my colleagues that served on the committee, I have thoroughly enjoyed working with you. Jim, you've done a tremendous job as chair in representing us. And as you said, we met quite a bit and really got into the issues, and it was very productive. And I was very proud to be able to represent the commission. But Jim, thank you, and my colleagues, thank you all for serving on the AHAC as well. Mayor Pro Tem, any comments, or are you good?
I want to just say thank you as well for the work that is being done, and we are working very hard to address the housing needs of our residents in Tallahassee. So thank you for being a part of the solution.
Thank you. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a few clarifying questions, and I too want to thank the members of the board. I think we've talked a lot about affordable housing here, and it's a priority for the city, and it's certainly my top priority. So I just want to, one clarifying question. What I could tell from the recommendations, either the things that were reviewed were things the city's already doing and will continue to do, and so there was no recommendation. And for the items that had recommendations, it looked like the summary of recommendations, specifically the PUD and the increase of education, those meet all of those recommendations. Is that the point? Like those fulfill the aspect of that item's recommendation?
Yes, it does. When you think about addressing like something as large as a PUD and making it basically development ready, you tick off a lot of those statutory citations. And so that's why it wasn't 10 different recommendations. It was one that just touched on all those points. But everything we do addresses all of those points.
Right. Okay, thank you. And then, Mr. City Manager, I know we have to choose whether to adopt these two recommendations by March 31st.
Yes, accept the report today, and then you
Right.
can choose to adopt by March 31st. That is
Okay,
correct.
I was just curious if we already have a plan for when that's going to come back. Not a specific date, but it won't come back, will it come back to us before March 31st as the deadline?
We don't have a scheduled date, Commissioner. Certainly in the will of the commission, we would follow that. And Jean, if there's a natural trigger, she could share with us what may bring that back. But it's not scheduled on the futures meeting at this point.
That's correct, City Manager. It would be at the will of the commission. If you wanted to explore one of these items further, we would bring back another item at your discretion.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First off, thank you to the entire committee for their hard work. Recently, we saw a ballot initiative for rent control in Orange County, and it received more votes than any politician on the ballot. So I think certainly people are hurting and really trying to find affordable means to live. My only comment would be on the second recommendation. I assume we're talking about Wilani when we get into the large tracts, because we don't really own that many large tracts. Is that probably accurate?
Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir, Commissioner, that's correct. We, for the most part, don't have large tracts of land. We have individual lots that you designate every year suitable for affordable housing. We own land in Wilani that's not development ready yet. It's not in that position. So we don't really have, wouldn't think you have a lot today. But that doesn't mean if you don't, you could be, that's a standing order. If you had one, you can look to develop it in the way that's recommended.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, my only thoughts going forward is just to make sure as we develop this proposal, especially if we're going to put city-owned land on the line, we're making sure that the end value is going to the homeowner or the person who would be most affected by it. I would hate to see this become just another developer giveaway like we've kind of seen it in the past. So I think we just have to be, as we have this valuable public land, we just have to be good stewards of it and make sure we deliver for the people. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Richardson.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And certainly this is all of our primary, one of our, second to public safety. Housing is one of our most important, affordable housing is one of our most important priorities for the city of Tallahassee. And I want to thank the committee for the work that you all have done as well. I've had the privilege of working with Karen Miller and her team at the Tallahassee Housing Authority, and they are doing a tremendous job, as well as following what those at Habitat for Humanity has done to provide housing in our community. And I would certainly encourage anyone who wants to be involved in this initiative. Habitat, if you want to volunteer with Habitat, that is certainly a way that each individual can be involved in helping us to achieve this goal of housing affordability in our community. And I think the city has done a great job of partnering with those organizations, again, like TLC, that provide affordable housing in our community. And I just want to suggest that we continue that kind of partnership and making sure that our policies, if they need to be amended or changed in any way, that we do that so that we can continue to make housing, affordable housing, available to residents of our community. We won't be able to do it 100%. And, the one thing that I would add is that there are individuals out there who may not necessarily want a house. I've talked to individuals in the community in my travels throughout this community. They don't want a house. They prefer to have, a rental unit because that's best for them and their families or their their circumstance, but certainly for those who desire that, we should be able to provide that opportunity for them. And so that certainly would be my support. And Mr. Mayor, I would move that we accept the staff recommendation on adopting this report and look forward to it coming back before March 31st. And we're addressing the recommendations of the committee.
Commissioner Richardson has made the motion to accept the report. I will second the motion. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes.
Aye.
Passes unanimously, 5-0. Jean, thank you very much. We are on the consent agenda. Once again, 8.07 has been pulled from the consent. It is now 9.01. Have any other items on consent been pulled?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment on consent?
Mayor, we have no comment on consent.
Okay. Colleagues.
Move consent, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Commissioner Richardson has properly moved the consent agenda, seconded by Commissioner Porter. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Passes unanimously, 5-0. We are on items pulled from consent, 9.01, formerly 8.07. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item seeks your approval of Resolution 22-R-40, which is supporting grant funding applications to the Florida Department of Transportation for safe routes to school funds in the amount of approximately $1.3 million for Hawks Rise Elementary and Springwood Elementary School sidewalk projects. It would also authorize us to accept and appropriate these funds if successful. Steve Schaefer is our General Manager of Underground Utilities and Public Infrastructure. He can address any questions you may have on this item.
Excellent. Well, first of all, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Okay. And who pulled the?
I did.
Okay, Commissioner Porter, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I'll be quick. I just wanted to highlight this because it's so important. And when I speak to parents or, I think we all get emails about this. And so the pedestrian safety, our children's safety around schools. So I appreciate the initiative. I only had one question, which was, and I know we're only at the beginning stage of this and applying, but whether or not we have considered or would like to consider coordinating something with KCCI or some local art group like we've done in the past for a placemaking project or a mural. I know that we did that with Cobb Elementary School and have done with other new sidewalks. And so I just wanted to bring that to our attention. That's something I would like to see if possible. I know that's down the road, but I wanted to make that comment.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Manager.
On that topic, Commissioner Steve, I think we're working on another one of those.
We
that
are.
Probably is a good time to share that.
We have been actually in a couple different locations for potential artwork on the sidewalks, not necessarily related to the projects you have in front of you, but other sidewalks throughout the community, yes.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
Commissioner Richardson.
Yeah, I was just going to say, these are painted crosswalks, not sidewalks. The one that we did, the two that we've done have been at Kate Sullivan Elementary and Cobb on Miccosukee Road. And we are looking to do some others. We're in the process of completing a crosswalk at Nims Middle School. And I'm blocking on the name of the young lady that's over KCCI.
Betsy Couch.
Betsy. Betsy and I have talked about that also being potentially a location for one of the painted crosswalks once that one is completely finished. But the safe routes to school is more about, and we've just, and Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, we are working on that, and we're spending, what, $2 million for the Safe Routes to School project at Fairview Middle School, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, you're correct, Commissioner, and we've actually had very good success with working with the state and in achieving some leveraged funding for sidewalks at Fairview and several other elementary and middle schools throughout. Right. Correct.
And like you said, Commissioner Porter, it is to ensure the safety of our students, those that are within that 2-mile distance of the school and don't ride the bus. to ensure their safety as well as the pedestrians that use those routes on a day-to-day basis. So this is certainly a great initiative for us to continue to ensure the safety of our kids. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just thanks for pulling this. It's worthy of conversation. I know Commissioner Richardson and I serve on CRTPA, and this has been a topic of conversation and something Commissioner Richardson brings up quite frequently, keeping our children safe. I think it's a priority of everyone on the City Commission as well. So just good work on this.
Mayor Pro Tem, any comments?
No comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion for option number 1?
So moved.
Been properly moved by Commissioner Porter, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed.
Aye.
Passes unanimously 5-0. We are on item number 10.01, the appointment of agency authority and advisory board member positions for the mayor and city commission. Mr. Cook.
Mayor, this item concerns appointment of members of the City Commission to various local government authorities. There are several which require City Commission representation. At this time, there are 3 commission members need to be appointed to the board of the CRTPA, 1 to serve on the Appalachia Regional Planning Council, and 1 to serve on the DIA, as well as 1 to serve on the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. Those are laid out in your agenda item. Term lengths are 2 to 4 years, depending on which of those. And so you, as a commission, can decide which of you will serve on those various positions.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Colleagues, I'm assuming nobody wants to move. Everybody wants to stay where they are? Okay. I am going to roll off the Housing Advisory Council. I did 3 years. I thoroughly enjoy it. Commissioner Richardson, because of the nature of another board that you are currently serving on, is this something that you would be interested in?
Oh, absolutely. It would totally be complementary to what we're doing through TLC.
Okay, well, with the commissioner's blessings, I'm going to nominate Commissioner Richardson to serve on the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, and I'm happy to support that. Before you mentioned that, I would, for this time and moving forward, I would love to serve as well, but I'm happy to accept that nomination, of course.
All right, so the motion will be for option number 1. I will make it as amended. That would include Commissioner Richardson as our Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. So it will be for CRTPA, Commissioner Richardson, Commissioner Matlow, and the Mayor Pro Tem, Williams-Cox. For the Appalachia Regional Planning Council, it will be Commissioner Porter. For the Downtown Improvement Authority, it will be Commissioner Matlow. And then again, for the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, Commissioner Richardson. Any comment? Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay. Been probably seconded by Commissioner Richardson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed.
Aye.
Passes unanimously 5-0. We are on item number 10.02. Mr. Cook.
Yes, Mayor. Item 10.02 is Downtown Improvement Authority Board appointment. There is 1 seat vacant on that. Sharon James is recommended for appointment for a term that will expire May 31st of 2025.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do have 1 speaker on this item.
Okay.
We have Stanley Sims.
Your name and address, please. Thank you for joining us.
My name is Stanley Sims. I'm sorry, Commissioner Richardson, based on the communication or lack of communication that I have received from the Tallahassee Police Department, from the Inspector General, that the city employees now can interpret any move I make or the way I talk to be hostile.
Mr. Sims,
So
we're on item 10.02, which is an appointment to the DIA.
I'm clearly aware of what item we're on,
Okay, want to make sure it's germane to
but
the
I'm
item.
also clearly aware of the hostile environment I perceive that I'm in.
Mr. Sims, we'll have time at the end of the meeting for unagended speakers. Do you want to speak to the appointment that we are about to consider?
I would like to speak because that's why I came up.
Right, but it's
But I was
on this agenda item?
explaining, is this tone too aggressive for you, or is this good enough? Do you feel threatened?
Are you speaking to the agenda item, sir?
That's what I came up here for.
Okay, proceed, please.
It is very important that diversity be on these boards. It's not only important that diversity be on these boards, but the culture that the diversity brings on the board. Elizabeth has done an awesome job in trying to diversify the downtown with various business partners. Diversity is good economically. Diversity is good for Tallahassee. The reason why I say it at this particular moment is we also need the diversity on the board so that they can understand every element of our downtown. If our goal for downtown is to be an 18-hour working open to Tallahassee, let's open that up to everyone. And the greatest strategic plans that come from diversity is from the direction of the board. Point of information, Mr. Mayor. There are no lights up here, so I'm not being defiant. And I'm praying that 2 or 3 months later, I won't be fined for this.
Mr. Sims, you are at about 30 seconds. I apologize that the light's not functioning, but the timer is going for you.
Out of courtesy and growth, I will end my comment.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
Not on this item.
Move acceptance of staff recommendation.
Second.
Mr. Mayor.
I was going to, if you don't mind, since Commissioner Matlow is our recommendation.
Oh, okay, yeah,
is our
that makes
representative, I'm going to come to you in a second just to make sure. Mayor Pro Tem, any comment on this item?
I am pleased to support this item.
Okay. Commissioner Matlow for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I assume this will pass. I'll welcome Ms. James to the committee. It has been brought up since I first got on the DIA that we were looking for more diversity, and it is trending in that direction, and that's a good thing to see. So I'll move acceptance of this item.
Been properly moved by Commissioner Matlow, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Commissioner Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I will support the motion. My only comment was just, I believe recently we talked about including the information of all applicants. So I'm not sure if there were others in this case, but I believe that's direction that's been given. So just in the future, I would love to have that information. Thank you.
Welcome. Ms. James will be a wonderful addition, and I look forward to supporting her as well. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor of the motion on the table that was made by Commissioner Matlow, seconded by Commissioner Richardson, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. We're on item number 10.03. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 10.03 is for appointments to the Citizens Police Review Board. As you're all aware, that board has 9 members. When it was constituted in 2020, the initial terms were set on a staggered basis so that there are 3 seats that have terms expiring on December 31st of this year. Because it's a new board, each of those is eligible for reappointment. One of those current members, Suzanne Van Wyk, has decided not to seek reappointment. The other 2 whose terms expire are Edward Gaines and Barry Monroe. Each of them would be interested in reappointment. As you also are aware, none of these three are individual appointees of the mayor or a commissioner. They are all three in seats sponsored by social or civic groups and would continue to maintain that character. And with that, I believe the city attorney might have a couple of comments about duties and responsibilities, and then we'll turn it to y'all.
All right, Madam Attorney?
Thank you. I just thought it would be helpful to give some brief statement regarding the purpose of this board and why it was established in 2020. So as the treasurer clerk has said, the board was established in 2020. And the city commission essentially was responding to the request of the community in establishing this board, but also recognized the very important fact that there are a number of limitations that had to be placed on this board because of the fact that police officers have a Bill of Rights that the city must abide by, as well as the fact that we have a city charter, which basically states who is to supervise various departments, including the police department, which is the city manager. And based on those limitations, however, the city commission still wanted to be responsive to the community and establish a way to increase transparency, as well as several other purposes which are outlined in the policies and procedures. And these purposes are to enhance the trust between the department and the community by demonstrating police credibility and responsiveness, ensuring citizen complaints are welcomed and taken seriously by the department, identifying trends of conduct departures from department policies and procedures, and increasing the public's knowledge about the complaint and investigation process of the department. And with those purposes in mind, as well as the limitations that are imposed by law, there were essentially 4 functions that were outlined for this Citizen Police Review Board. It was to review completed internal affairs reports involving use of force or issues of importance or interest to the community or the city based on a majority vote of the board, and to review those to determine if they were consistent with department policies and procedures, and if they had recommendations regarding any revisions or additions, they could make those recommendations to the police chief. They also could consider matters that were of importance or interest to the community, and they would, by a majority vote, determine what those issues were. And based on a review of those matters, they also could make recommendations to the chief of police as to any additions or revisions. They further could make recommendations regarding current or proposed Tallahassee Police Department policy, procedure, or practice. And then finally, they had the opportunity to annually present a report to the city commission, the city manager, and the chief, which included the following: the nature of matters which they had considered during the year, any recommendations that they had, and the chief's response to those recommendations, summaries and statistics related to citizen complaints, comparison of board findings and conclusions with actions taken by the chief, and then they could provide in that report any recommendations that they had regarding changes in policies and procedures. This board was to be a think tank, a very deliberative body, which would carefully consider the policies and procedures of the police department and make recommendations to the chief of police.
Thank you. Mr. Clark, any public comment on this items?
Mayor, we have about 8 or 10 speakers, most of them in person, but we do have a couple virtual.
Okay.
The first speaker we have is Barney Bishop, followed by Mike Goldstein. And again, I apologize that the lights in front of the mayor are not working tonight, but I'll give you a heads up when you have about 30 seconds remaining.
Okay, thank you.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, sir. Good evening. My name is Barney Bishop. My address is 1454 Vieux Carré Drive, Tallahassee. The mission and purpose of the Citizens Police Review Board was outlined by your general counsel. But I wanted to concentrate on 3 things. Number one, in the very first sentence of their mission and purpose, it talks about transparency. Then it talks about accountability. And in the third respect, it says that the members must be unbiased. Because of newspaper stories and because Ms. Brio has spoken to the press, she has admitted that she is anti-police. Therefore, that makes her biased. That makes her prejudiced. and somebody that is biased or prejudiced should not serve on this board. In fact, in reading the annual report today for the second time, I saw again that the board itself is recommending an annual attestation that everybody on that board is unbiased. And yet Ms. Brio would either have to admit that she is biased because she said it in the paper she is, and she's got a coffee mug that says anti-police on it, or she'd have to commit perjury by signing that form and saying that she was not biased. You can't have somebody serving on that is prejudiced. And if I was anti-Hispanic and you had a board that oversaw Hispanic activities or actions in this community, you certainly would not put me on that board. Now, I'd be smart enough to not apply for the board, but it appears that Ms. Brio wants her cake and eat it too. If I was anti-firefighter and you had a board that oversaw the actions of the firefighters, and I told you that I was biased, I was against them, you would not appoint me to it. And you would be right. And that's the way things should be done in a proper fashion so that you know that people don't come in with a bias, they don't come in with an agenda. So it is the opinion of Back the Badge, a group that I'm here representing tonight, civilians that support law enforcement, that Ms. Brio cannot be allowed to continue to serve. If you are, it doesn't matter, by the way, whether she's taken action or not. She has admitted publicly that she is biased. So if you decide to keep her on this board, then I'm telling you right now that I am pro-law enforcement, I'm biased in favor of law enforcement, and I demand that you appoint me to that board, because that board is entitled to have as many people that are for law enforcement as there are people against law enforcement. Otherwise, you're stacking the deck. It can't be that this board decides that every action by law enforcement, they've got a problem with it. They can investigate it. But the reality of it is, ladies and gentlemen, that police officers have to make a decision. They don't know if they're coming home every night to their family. You guys come home every night to your family. They don't. So please, don't reappoint her.
Thank you.
Take her out or put me on there.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Our next speaker.
Next speaker is Mike Goldstein, followed by Chuck White.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hey guys, I'm Mike Goldstein, 217 West 2nd Avenue. Been a while, happy end of the year. I love the new seating arrangements right away. Good at reorganization. I believe, Mr. Mayor, you said that in last meeting with the organization of the new commissioners that elected in, we want to go forward in the year with more civility and like move forward past last year's drama, if I remember correctly. So I think the point is, like, if the process was there in place, then why was she not stopped to be appointed at the first step of that process? So why are we even having this conversation right now? If it was a bad appointment, it should have been nipped in the bud in the beginning of the process, not being talked about X amount of months later saying she's not the right fit for the board, when the board is supposed to be built with diversity, if I'm not mistaken. Not everyone's going to get along with the police. That's not the point of the board itself, but to, like Ms. Jackson said earlier, those roles that were discussed were the point of the board itself, not to get along and kumbaya and all this stuff about what the board is about, because that's confusing to us and the public about it as well. So if you're going to, and I read the homework ahead of time in the lobby, I don't think Ms. Bureau is on the list of reappointments, if I'm not mistaken, in reading the literature provided to us to read. So is this a witch hunt, elephant in the room to get her off and put Mr. Bishop on the board? Because that's going to be a nice discussion for another day, because I don't think people in the room want him on the board as much as they don't want her. So that's going to be something to think about as well. Again, the light's not working, so I'm not sure how much time I got left, but this is a discussion for a bigger discussion, because if the process in place was not how it should have been, then Commissioner Porter should have never appointed Ms. Bureau in the first place, because now we're still having a discussion about why she's on the board at this point. And the board itself is just one aspect, because they're trying to help the police, I believe, advise on what they're doing. There's other things in play besides a cup saying whatever it said to cause stir in the media about it. There's off-duty police detail that changed over the last year that is making things unsafe for people at night. And I talked to everyone in the room, or tried to talk to everyone in the room. Mr. Mayor, you didn't respond to my email about this, and that's an issue I've been having for a year now since that process changed over. That's a discussion for another day. But why is there a lapse in judgment or in time? I talked to the chief earlier. When there's a time waiting, that's what that board is there for, to help with those kind of situations and guidance. Because when we're waiting on people at night, there's a time lapse when issues could arise, like a shooting that happened last week that made the 100th in the news, according to the media. 100 shootings in a year, that's not good, right, guys? So how do we move past the crime situation over a board member who's in the room here to be discussed about getting kicked off the board when she just got appointed?
You have about 30 seconds.
Thanks for having us. Happy New Year. I'm up 2 more times, so I'm here for the long run today, but it's good to see everyone again, and it's good to be back in this, but not for the reason I wanted to be. I'm happy to be back here and to explain as a citizen concerns that are valid, but to kick someone off the board when they just got on there from a process that was in place that wasn't explained well enough to have a conversation about this now, it should have been nipped in the bud when it first started. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Chuck White, and then next will be Michael McLaughlin.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Chuck White. My address is 537 Frank Shaw Road. I'm a longtime resident here in Tallahassee. I guess the first thing I want to say is to thank each of y'all for your service to this community. You all know what it takes to serve the community, and what an awesome commitment that you make on behalf of the public. So I'm here to tell you that I know Taylor Brio, and I've known her for several years. She has that same commitment, if not a stronger one. She's out in the woods working with our homeless. She works with our teens that are having difficulty. She brings a perspective to the from the community's point of view that you don't typically hear. So I think contrary to what Mr. Bishop says, I think we got a very strong police department. And I think our police department can stand a criticism and not be afraid of that. And if Taylor Brio is able to bring ideas and concepts to our oversight of our police department, I certainly think she should do it. So I recommend strongly that you support her and keep her there. And the police department's not afraid of her. So that's what I have to say. God bless you all. Thank you very much again for your service.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Michael McLaughlin, followed by Brian Lupiani.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Commissioners, my name is Michael McLaughlin. I live at 100 Cadiz Street, and I'm a member of the Tallahassee Community Action Committee. I just want to say regarding the appointments, I've attended the CPRB meetings a lot. I'm there most months. And I can say that Edward Gaines and Barry Monroe are both superb members of the CPRB and should be retained as members. As you look for a replacement for Ms. Suzanne Van Wyk, who's also been a good member, I urge you to bring to the board, I urge you to appoint someone who brings to the board extensive experience thinking through how to develop, implement, and enforce policies to reduce and eliminate police brutality. As City Attorney Cassandra Jackson mentioned, at the beginning, this commission was established in response to thousands of Tallahasseans taking to the streets demanding community control of the police. And while we were demanding a civilian police accountability council that would have much more extensive powers, we have this board as it is, and it still has an opportunity to offer critical recommendations to reduce the harm that happen from the police in our community. And so as you're thinking through who to appoint to this board, I encourage you to look at Taylor Biro as a model. Taylor Biro is incredibly well qualified to be on the CPRB. She's literally wrote the curriculum that the Florida Department of Law Enforcement uses on trauma related to sexual violence. That's the sort of experience we need on that board. Finally, I just want to say that the board members need to be willing to maintain their political independence with respect to both the Police Benevolent Association and this commission. I'm deeply concerned by the controversy that has emerged following Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox's public misrepresentation of a sticker that Ms. Biro has on her water bottle. And so as you think about who you appoint, I also encourage you and urge this commission to respect the political independence of the CPRB. let it do its work that it needs to, accept its recommendations, accept the work it does very deeply, but don't make public comments, especially false comments regarding standing members. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please, Mr. Clerk.
Brian Lupiani, who will be followed by Stanley Sims.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. Good evening. Brian Lupiani, 607 McDaniel Street. First, I just want to say something about the process of removing Ms. Bureau or anybody on the board. I haven't dug deep into it, but I tried to find the story, the documents behind the creation of the board, and I didn't see anything about how it would be removed. And I'm also, I may be wrong in this, but it's my understanding that she was one of the group appointments that the commission as a whole made out of recommendations by local agencies. If that's the case and you all voted to put her on, I would think in order to remove her, you'd all need to agree on that. And you also should get some input from whatever agency recommended her. Going from there, I don't know Ms. Bureau. I met her. I was lightly acquainted with her some years ago. I don't know exactly what her position is on this. I just, I get my information from the Tallahassee Democrat, so what can you say? They had a quote from her in there, and it really doesn't matter what she thinks. I don't think I agree with her, but I think her position, whatever it is, should be on the board. I think there are a lot of people in the community that feel that way, and something that you wouldn't know just by reading the Tallahassee Democrat is that the board itself unanimously endorsed her last week and said in that she was, hold on a second here, they noted that she's demonstrated unquestionable professionalism and integrity, and she's never shown bias. I'm not completely naive. I know there could be something going on behind the scenes, but from everything out in the public, this all started, this movement to get rid of her started from what turned out to be an erroneous report about what she had on her mug. And that erroneous report was repeated, including by a city commissioner and the head of the PBA, apparently without checking to see if it was true.
You're at about 30 seconds.
Okay, I just want to say, I hope we learned three things from this. That free speech is important. We need a diverse viewpoints on this board. Public officials should get their facts straight before they make public accusations of someone's character. And I think we need to think about whether or not the people being reviewed should have a veto over who's reviewing them. Unless you want to answer the old question of who watches the watchers with the watched, I think we need to keep Ms. Bureau on the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Stanley Sims, and then Will Crowley.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Stanley Sims. I'm at 1320 Avondale Way. Bias. Can we even be consistent with bias? Our police chief went to a Billy Graham anti-LGBT, y'all forgive me with those letters, I can't get them right. And then he came back in these chambers and said his religion does not allow him to condone homosexuality, but he said, in my professional realm, I can do my job. Boom, shakalaka. Now he's sitting over there calling me a liar. He is outbursting while I'm speaking, calling me a liar. The Tallahassee police chief. Now, if Miss Taylor was in this room while I was speaking and Miss Taylor yelled out, liar, what type of bias would this board give her? Bias. I'm biased. I'm biased towards my kids. I'm biased when I walk down the street and there's a McDonald's on one side and a Burger King on the other. I'm biased. I'm biased. But do I handle myself in a professional? I'm sorry, I pray I'm not threatening you all because I'm moving my hand. I pray that when I come into your business or I'm conducting myself, that I'm handling myself within the provisions and according not to me, but her board says she does that. I would really, it was kind of difficult for me to swallow, and it's still difficult for me to swallow, that our police chief was able to go to a Billy Graham that is known and because that was his personal thing, and I had to get used to that.
You're at 30 seconds.
And so her personal feelings is she feels that the police chief, that the police system is broken, but even as a taxpayer, she's saying, I'm willing to commit my personal time, not like a $180,000 salary like we pay the chief, and handle myself professional, even though I'm biased.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Will Crowley, to be followed by Malik Gary.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Commission. My name is Will Crowley. I live at 2308 Cypress Cove Drive. First, I'd like to give my support to the individual seeking reappointment to the board. I don't know how many of y'all watching have been to this board meeting, and if you are a civic nerd like I am and like many others watching that aren't getting paid to be here, it is riveting. You will really enjoy it. It's not time wasted. Other than that, I would like to take a few moments to speak in favor of Ms. Bureau. I'm an acquaintance of hers, don't know her personally, but from what I've seen, she's an upstanding citizen and represents me well on the board. I'd like to speak about a couple of items. First, I'd like to speak about bias. We've talked a lot about what bias means, what constitutes bias, and what we should do about bias. Is it biased to have concerns about how the police department functions historically and presently and what should be done about it? Is it biased to take money from the police union as a candidate for office or a sitting commissioner? Do those things influence the way that you approach policy? If you have a bias, can you set it aside and make the right decision anyway? Is it easier to address bias when you're upfront about your bias, or when you try and hide it and pretend that you have none? I would like to see everyone recognize the point of view that they're coming from when they bring it to the table, so that it's easier to set it aside. Besides bias, I'd also like to speak for a moment about responsibilities or about duties. All of us have a responsibility and a duty to make sure that when we are raising concern about an issue, that we have as much of the facts under our hands as possible. I think that duty is even stronger when you've been elected by the people to represent and to make decisions on their behalf. A member of this body failed in that duty when that member shared a concern that sparked this whole thing. The details just weren't right. The specific content of the sticker at hand was factually incorrect, and as was the PBA statement that followed.
You have 30 seconds.
So my hope is this, that when we say that before you react, get the facts, then that goes for yourself as well. I encourage you, I urge you to support Ms. Bureau, and one thing that's going to raise interest in abolishing the police more than anything else is kicking somebody off for believing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next is Malik Gary, and then, Mayor, we will go to the two speakers that we have connected virtually.
Okay. Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Malik Gary. I stay at
2215 Cedar Brook Court, 32303, Tallahassee, Florida. To the Mayor and City Commission, I stand in favor of Ms. Bureau. First of all, let's talk about diversity. Diversity is something that we lack in this city. On almost every diversity board, there's not more than 2 African Americans that sit on a board in our diversity as we talk about diversity. Let's talk about biases. Biases here, right? We gave $27 million to FSU Doak Campbell Stadium, which money also went to some of your campaigns, but you still do your job. Why are we facing this issue about Ms. Bureau that has a false statement of what was on her cup when we have children at the age of 15 and 14-year-olds going into our juvenile justice system for marijuana that are less than 5 grams? When we have kids dying by a gun violence situation, that is outrage. We can go back to 2015 when our city was one of the top 10 for gun violence in the state. We got other issues to focus on, y'all. We got other issues to focus on. Affordable housing, I heard y'all talk about it. I was online watching. We got more homeless people in our nation's capital, in our state's capital, than any other city in the state of Florida. We got work to do. This issue is not work for us to do. We need her on the board. You need me on the board, which is why I was appointed and confirmed. Nobody on this commission voted no against me to be on the board. I am an abolitionist, but I'm not biased, because I understand we got to rebuild the trust in our community with our police officers, because, yes, in a sense, police officers have not been great to the Black community for a long time. Let's talk about how policing started. It was to catch runaway slaves. Let's look why people are abolitionists. Let's look at the foundation of system of policing. That's the problem. Not some of our police officers. It's the system itself. We got other stuff to do. I wore this hat deliberately to see how you would react to me wearing a Dream Defenders hat. I am proud to work for a grassroots organization that believes that we have other issues in our community than to be focused on police.
You're at about 30.
We got other stuff to do, y'all. We got other stuff, other money, other grants that need to be done to protect our children that are dying. You can't even go and play basketball outside of FAMU and not get shot. But we want to talk about Ms. Bureau's cup. We got other issues. You have been reelected to do the job to protect the citizens of this city, and let's do better. I said this at our last meeting. We got other issues that we need to focus on. And I hope you hear me clear. This won't be my last time speaking if this happens again. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is virtual and will be Donna Cotterell and then Rose Hines. So first,
Good afternoon.
Cotterell. Yep.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Donna Cotterell, and I live in the Bond neighborhood. I am so pleased to hear Malik's words. I, too, was on the Citizens Police Review Board, had to step down when I ran for county commission, and Malik took my place. And my gosh, I couldn't have said anything better than he did. I, too, am a colleague, and I consider Taylor a friend of mine. I have worked side by side and shoulder to shoulder with her on the review board, as well as a workmate. Never have I found a more upstanding person and compassionate and a leader who thinks critically and clearly before making decisions. And I echo the words of others who said she had that cup from day one. That sticker was on there from day one. I sat beside her and saw the sticker on the cup. Why now? And why are we so focused on a false accusation, as Brian mentioned, that it wasn't even, the propaganda, I'm going to say the perceived propaganda wasn't even what was actually on the sticker. So I ask you to please keep Taylor on the board, and also Barry Monroe, as well as the chair, Edward Gaines. Amazing individuals. I think it's an excellent board. It's diverse, as Malik said, and they do their due diligence. They do their research before making any decisions. And I have bore witness to Taylor bringing information and research to the board in an unbiased way to make sure that we all are nuanced in some of the traumas that are experienced through not our police, but through just police in general. And most of you know my father was in law enforcement, so I'm no way, shape, or form against law enforcement. I respect our law enforcement, but I also know that Taylor Bureau needs to stay on that board. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next is Rose Hines. Rose Hines.
Rose Hines. One more time. Rose Hines. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker.
That's the last speaker we have. We've taken in.
Oh, there we go. Ms. Hines.
Muted.
Oh, thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is N.R. Hines, and I'm speaking in my personal capacity as a citizen here in Tallahassee. I live in Dry Creek Run subdivision. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What we're here discussing today is a passive expression of an individual's personal views. Under the First Amendment, it seems pretty ridiculous that you would want to remove someone from a board that works to ensure that law enforcement is not infringing on people's rights merely because they have a personal critical view of law enforcement that there is no evidence that it has ever infected or in any way hurt the work they do on the review board. There are more important things to do, as others have mentioned, than a showdown over a volunteer board member. There's unsolved cases, there's violent crimes, there's a housing crisis. The review board should be a cross-section of the community, which means there are going to be some who are more critical of law enforcement than others. There are going to be some in our community who are abolitionists. I consider myself one, and so we should also be represented on this community review board. Again, there's never been an allegation that Taylor's beliefs have in any way affected their actions on the community civilian review board. And individual board members should be able to have whatever private feelings they wish, and they should be able to passively express that. T-shirts, face. We were wearing masks for a while. If they want to wear a mask, a shirt, have a cup with a sticker that expresses their beliefs, I don't think that affects their ability to do the job they were put, or the volunteer position that they were put there to do. As long as the panel as a whole provides independent, unbiased views and transparency, then there shouldn't be an issue with the individual ideals that board members hold. This is supposed to be an independent body reviewing the actions of the police, not just a cheerleader for the police department. If that is the case, then there should be dissenting opinions about the necessity of the police department should be allowed. Taylor has in no way been alleged to have done anything out of character, and individuals are allowed to have their own personal opinions about law enforcement. They are spending their spare time trying to make our community better by joining this civilian review board, and I think that should be commended and they should be retained. Additionally, I know there were two other members who were up for retention or not, and I do think those members should be retained. And as you are looking for a new member to the Civilian Review Board to replace the members who had to leave the board, individuals like Taylor should be the model standard. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clark, our next speaker, please.
That's the last speaker we have, Mayor.
All right. We'll go to commission discussion and direction. Mayor Pro Tem, any comment?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me say clearly, thank you to the Citizen Police Review Board for the work that they've done. But in that vein, I would like to offer this motion. I want to move staff recommendation for option number 1 and option number 4 for board direction. The direction that I offer is to allow for more organizations to have the opportunity to participate, that we appoint, that we reappoint 2 at-large board members that from another organization, because these current members are representing organizations. We want more organizations to have this opportunity. So I'm recommending that we accept applications from those organizations for individuals to come to the board. I also offered, and included in this motion, that we remove board member bureau based on Commission Policy 110, B, Section 8, which states that all city-appointed citizens serving on committees may be removed from their committee by the City Commission if it is believed it will be in the best interest of the City of Tallahassee. And my motion furthers that we accept the resignation of any other board member who wishes to resign. Upon receiving a second to that motion, I want to further clarify.
Okay, let me see if I have the motion correctly. It's for option number 1, which is to authorize the office of the city treasurer clerk to collect applications for the vacant seat 7, applications to be provided to the city commission for consideration. Option number 4, which is to provide other direction. Your third point of your motion is the removal of Taylor Biro from the board. And then your fourth point, I'm sorry?
To accept any resignation of any other board member who chooses to resign.
Okay. All right. There's a motion on the table. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it for discussion.
Okay. There's a second by Commissioner Richardson for discussion. Do you want to provide further comment now that your motion has been made and accepted?
I would. I'd appreciate the opportunity to do so. Let me first say that I have been accused of something that I have not done. So let me just clear the record. And you can go back and clearly see this in the October 12th board meeting. Board Chairman Gaines shared with me the presence of a cup or mug that appeared to be inappropriate. This was shared through a telephone conversation that I had with Mr. Chair in the presence of the Inspector General as my witness. This is the reason I mentioned the cup. I did not mention the board member. I mentioned the cup during his presentation of the annual report. You can go back and check. I never mentioned the board member's name. But I had no way of knowing about it unless I had been told. And that was shared with me by the board chair via a phone conversation. I've had further conversation with him to remind him that this is where I first heard about the cup. Again, I did not call for the removal of Ms. Burrow. I only mentioned the cup. Now, I had no conversation with PBA, and they're supporting the removal of her. But it has come to my attention that the actions of this board, the production of 2 press releases to the media, which is outside of our policy for city commission boards or committees to do, I find it very difficult to believe that this board can continue to function with the original intent that I had in mind when we led the effort to bring this board to fruition. It was prior to my first election to the City Commission that a meeting was held by a group of citizens, predominantly African Americans, who asked for a board such as this. And this was back in 2018. And this is why I brought this board forward and worked very closely with the city attorney, looking around the state to find a model to follow. And so I am very vested in making sure that I kept my promise to do this. But we've got to make sure that this board remains credible and can work to make sure that our community and the police have a good working relationship. So I honored that request by doing it. And based on the issuance of those 2 unauthorized press releases, I feel as though the board has gone away from its mission and has been focused on or distracted by these things, and we need to return to that. And I believe in order to be able to do that and be able to continue to have the transparency and working together in our community, that this motion that I'm making is an effort to get us there, get us back to where we're supposed to be. So for that reason, I stand by the motion that I've made. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's open it up. Commissioner Richardson.
Well, if you could go to
Sure.
Commissioners Porter and Matlow.
Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Largely, I think this is just a huge distraction. You know, when we talk to people in our community, what we're looking for is a conversation to strengthen the relationship between our police department and our community. We have to have that line of communication open, which was the whole point, or part of the point of the creation of this board. By single-handedly wiping out half the board because of a difference of opinion, I think this board will lose all credibility moving forward, and it may not have a purpose at all. But I do want to just stick to the options before us today. Taylor Bureau, first off, was not on the agenda tonight. What was on the agenda is 2 reappointments, and then there is an open seat on this board. Mr. Bishop has volunteered to serve. I would support you if you applied for this board and would like to serve, because I do think we should have all viewpoints represented on this board, and we have an open seat coming up, and anybody can apply. All viewpoints, to me, are welcome, because we need to have a diversity of viewpoints to come up with a consensus, and we need to have a relationship between all aspects of our community and our police department. If we don't forge that relationship, we're just spinning our wheels. This board serves no real purpose at all. We need to push for conversations about how are we going to reduce gun violence? Why do we still have ongoing troubles of people getting their guns stolen from their unlocked cars, and we're not locking up cars? How is it that we have situations where, you know, more than 15 individuals are open carrying in our community? There's real problems in Tallahassee, and those are, I think, what we should be discussing. So I won't support the motion on the table. I will make a substitute motion for options 1, 2, and 3, and I really do encourage everyone to apply for that open seat.
Okay, there's a substitute motion on the table made by Commissioner Matlow for options 1, 2, and 3. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Porter. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to acknowledge, I think we all probably agree that this has been a frustrating and confusing situation. I understand why members of the public and members of our law enforcement are offended, hurt, upset over this. I understand as well that there are other members of the community that are upset for different reasons. I think we can all agree when we're speaking about perspectives or biases that there are certain perspectives that we as a society do not agree should be given a platform. We as a society have said, you know, racism is not a perspective that we will entertain. Sexism, you know, when we're talking about a perspective on a class of people because of their race, their religion, their nationality, that is totally different to me than having a perspective about an institution. If I were to say, which by the way, I don't support charter schools, if I were to say I don't support charter schools, I don't think anyone here would think that I hate teachers, that I hate teachers at charter schools, that I hate people who support charter schools, that I hate the parents who send their students, their kids to charter schools. You know, one of our speakers said himself that he has a bias in that he considers himself to be pro-law enforcement. I think that's a fair perspective to have, a fair perspective to be represented on this board. I would not consider removing someone because they had a Blue Lives Matter sticker on their cup, though I know that that would be offensive to plenty of people. I think if we really are honest with ourselves, every single one of us here has a perspective, especially on an issue as political or close to home as policing and as criminal justice, as the police, law enforcement officers, as well as the system at large of public safety. But I think we would also, if we're being honest with ourselves, acknowledge that there have been times where we have been in a role or position where we bring that perspective and are able to be open-minded, able to be respectful. I think of, I was a legal assistant, and I know we can make comparisons, and they're not all direct comparisons, but I was a legal assistant for a public defender's office. I was doing work that there were aspects of that work that I was uncomfortable with. That job was not an endorsement of the entire system of our criminal justice system. So I think that we acknowledge ourselves that we've been in those situations where we might not agree with everything our job entails, but we know that we've signed up to do a job and we are willing to do it. I spoke to a lot of people who are involved in this, probably over 10, and I will say that, and of all, people who are board members, people who are in law enforcement, people who are staff, and from, I will let those people, if they wish, speak for themselves, but I'll just say, at least for the board members and others close to this board, not a single person said that Ms. Bureau has exhibited a bias in her work, that she has been disrespectful, that she has been disruptive. This would be a totally different conversation if that were the case. If someone were to say, this person is acting as an obstacle to the mission of the board, we are not able to do this work with this person. I think that's a totally different conversation, and in that case, we should probably go ahead and remove that person no matter the board. I think it's important to recognize as well that Ms. Bureau is one of 9 members. She is not a staff person who is the only person charged with, this is not the person who's leading internal affairs or whatever for TPD. This is someone who sits on a 9-member board, including every single other member said that they did not agree with Ms. Bureau on this issue or other issues. We can discuss whether we want more diverse viewpoints on that board, but I have to say, from what I saw, there were a diversity of viewpoints, a diversity of membership, of perspectives, of backgrounds, of professions. There's a lot of diversity on that board. I do think as well, as a commissioner, I think about, and I encourage all of us to think about, what it might say about us. And I know things change, people change their minds, people do things. When we make these appointments, or I'll speak for myself, you want to balance people who you know and trust personally to do a job with the fact that you don't want to just appoint people you know, because you want to consider other ideas and give everyone a fair shake. So that's all true, but I think it's also true that I want to think about, what does it say about me if we've appointed a board of people that supposedly we trust to carry out this mission, or else we wouldn't have appointed them in the first place, I hope, and that they have unanimously said, we don't want this person's removal under the strongest terms, and feeling very, very, strongly about this. It seems clear that this is at least the conversation about the board and how we review their annual reports or their recommendations. There's clearly unmet expectations, on both sides here. Finally, I would ask that the people here today that are opposing Ms. Bureau, I do wonder, and I mean this with all due respect, if any of you have actually watched a meeting or attended a meeting in person, to see her demeanor, to see how she approaches these issues. no matter what you think about it, but I'll tell you, I haven't heard a single person say that she has been anything but thoughtful and respectful. So, for those reasons, I cannot support her removal. I have a question for whomever has the answer to this question. If I may, I understand per policy, it is absolutely within our authority to remove a board member of any advisory board. Is that something we have ever done in a situation like this? So I'm not talking about someone who's moved away. I know someone who doesn't meet the eligibility requirements, about where they live, where they reside, someone who has missed, attendance requirements. Have we ever just removed someone with cause or without cause?
I'm not aware of any, at least in recent years. We have had individuals removed, as you described, for a couple of reasons, also for lack of participation, but in terms of just a straight decision by the commission, I don't recall that in recent years, but I've not gone back and researched it either.
Okay, thank you. And I'll wrap this up. I think it's probably clear, where I sit on this issue, that I don't support her removal. I want to make one final comment, which is, to put this in perspective, we had at least one senior staffer who was being subpoenaed by the FBI, and there was no conversation about, is this someone who we should suspend or fire? I understand that's not the role of the commission, but it wasn't something that I believe was brought up by city management, and that's not really a diss at you. It's just sort of talking about how putting this into context. We had a member on an advisory board who was publicly calling for the removal of a sitting city commissioner, saying that he was of unfit character, low moral character, incorrigible. No conversation about whether that's someone who is appropriate to sit on a board. So that's why I'm supporting the substitute motion, and that's why I can't support the motion that was made by Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Thank you. I'm going to weigh in now.
Mr. Mayor, on point.
On point.
On point. Let me correct something. The reason that I included it in the motion was based on the policy, Commission Policy 110. I did not mention anything about the board members' biasness or anything like that. I only mentioned that the only reason I knew about the cup was from the chair. I cited the policy because I'm focused on the board, not on the individual. I am not attacking Ms. Burrow's character or her beliefs or her whatever. I never called for her removal until I made the motion, and I'm simply doing that based on the distraction, the time, the direction that the board has taken, and I'm trying to do what I think is best to restore the board to what their mission is, and it is not to be politically active in taking sides and producing press releases. And because this action caused that, that is why I made that a part of my motion. Thank you.
Thank you. So I fully intend to support the original motion on the table and not the substitute motion. And my reasons why is, look, there's been a lot of great comments here this evening and a lot of things that I agree in support of individuals and against individuals as well. Because there is one common thread that I do think that we can all agree upon, and that is we do need diversity of opinion, and we do need to have people to the table that want to engage. But let us not confuse the issue here at the table. And anyone that is currently serving on the Police Review Board that would like to, I would welcome them with open hands to serve on the Citizens Advisory Council for the Police Department. That is the public forum where we do pull people from all different walks of life to talk about the bigger issues. We need to keep in mind that the Police Review Board has a very narrow focus, and that is why we expect up front, the only board that we have, that they sign a pledge to be non-biased. They are dealing with officer-involved shootings, and they are dealing with the review of the current policy. Now, it's my understanding that since its inception, the board has reviewed policies, they've made recommendations. It's my understanding that the majority, and Chief, I'm looking at you, you have accepted and incorporated, and there have been some differences that you did not accept. At this point, we have a police review board specifically tasked with the scope and mission to review officer-involved shootings, heaven forbid, as they happen in our community. This is not an advisory council like other advisory councils. I am very much in favor of taking a hard pause. These are wonderful people that are up for reappointment this evening. I look forward to meeting and talking to them. That does not mean that I'm not going to take a positive step forward in the future. But in the past couple of weeks, I have had 3 of the 4 appointed officials, the city manager, the city attorney, and the inspector general who actually staffs this body, come to my office with concerns, formal concerns specifically about the direction and the scope and mission creep of the Police Review Board. Therefore, I will be not supporting the substitute motion on the table, but I will be supporting the original motion on the table, and I look forward to future conversations on the mission and the scope of the Police Review Board as we originally intended it to be. Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And there has been a lot of good discussion. I want to thank everyone who has come out and voiced an opinion on this. It's been a very difficult subject, but here we are, and we've got a decision to make. I will tell you up front, I will not support the substitute motion. Because like the mayor, I think that now the relationship and what we failed to realize is that there has to be a relationship. There has to be a working relationship between this board and the police department. There has to be that trust. There has to be a working relationship, and in my mind, it has been irrevocably broken. It may not have been with just the contents on a cup. And I don't know where the hell this came from, because there's some people say it was there, some people say it wasn't. I don't know if it was or wasn't, because people have been on both sides of that issue. But that, regardless of that, I think that what this, and I give Commissioner Williams-Cox a lot of credit for championing this board in light of what, and this is what really bothers me, in light of what had been happening in the Black community, not the community generally. And certainly it would impact whatever decisions the board makes and the chief accepts will impact the entire community. But let me tell you, this board was brought about largely, almost exclusively, because of issues in the community between the police department and those in the African-American community. If there's somebody that wants to challenge that, I'd be welcome to hear your challenge. But I can almost guarantee you that that's why this board was established. And so we're not talking about people bringing viewpoints to this board. It was never established for that. You heard the attorney talk about why this board was established, what its vision or what its mission is, what its standards are. It wasn't about people bringing viewpoints to the board. Democrat, Republican, abolitionist, non-abolitionist, it was not about that. Right. It was about this board reviewing actions by the police that largely impacted the African-American community. And now we're talking about a damn cup. And one person that's more important than what's happening to people in the African-American community. I refuse to accept that. I want a board that looks at what the police department may or may not be doing that impacts our citizens in a negative way. That doesn't depend on one person. It doesn't depend on their viewpoints. It depends on policies and actions. And I give you an example. The example was, and this was one of the policies that the board reviewed was the instance where the young man fell asleep at a traffic light, and he was arrested, taken aside, and he was beat with batons. He was African American. The board reviewed that policy and made recommendations. It didn't have a damn thing to do with anybody's viewpoint.
Okay.
What it had to do with was this young man, African American, being beat with batons by the police. That policy was reviewed by the board. Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, you accepted the recommendations of the board?
But he can be there for the public hearing.
On that policy?
He called me, he's upset about Rebel calling him a liar in the commission meeting. He said he's going to confront him. I said, don't do that.
Chief Gaines, you have an open mic. Hey, Chief.
Chief Revel, am I wrong that you accepted the board's recommendations on that policy? Okay. Okay. But my point is that's what we're looking for from this board. I'm not looking for people to bring viewpoints to this board, and that's why they are moving in the direction of, if you're going to serve on this board, that you're going to have to declare that you do not have biases. And if, you know, I have biases, but I don't publicly exhibit those biases on my sleeve or on a cup or on a T-shirt or a cap. Because when I'm elected to this commission, I'm expected to represent every citizen in this city, and that's what I attempt to do, regardless of what my biases may be. I don't know if there's anybody in here could identify a bias on my part that I've exhibited that would prohibit me from serving on this commission. I don't know it would be the case with any of my colleagues up here. And certainly we all have biases. So what I'm suggesting is that we get back to the original intent of this board, and I don't think we can get there from where the relationship is now. We are committed to this board. I'm as committed or more committed than anyone to seeing that this board exists, but that it is successful in what the mission of it is. I don't think we get there from here. And so in that respect, I would be willing to support the original motion that we move this board forward. And it's not that, you know, I've heard some people say, well, you just want people who are going to agree with the police, or you just want people who are going to be yes people. I can tell you the people that I know that serve on this board are not that, especially my appointment. I know him. He's an independent thinker. And those are the kinds of people that we're looking for to serve on this board. And so I think we are committed to seeing that this board exists for the very reasons that it was initially constituted, and that we move forward with the support of this commission and the staff of the city. I don't think we can get there from where we are now. I don't see it. And so I can't support the substitute motion, but I will entertain the original motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first thing I want to say, and I'm not trying to really debate this at this point, I do want to say that I really reject the idea that you cannot expect accountability of our law enforcement, the methods that we use to police, and also support law enforcement. There are officers who are critical themselves of how we police, who are currently officers, who I have spoken to. So I just want to say I really, really reject this idea that you are one or the other. I want to clarify, too, that at least to the public, my point isn't that we necessarily are asking for people to bring their perspectives as if they are, as if we're like creating some collage. My point is just that people have those perspectives. I also just want to say that, since he's not here, and I have his permission to say this, Chair Gaines does have a different perspective here about how that conversation went with Commissioner Williams-Cox. That's really between them. But as far as where this came from, what his recollection is that he said emphatically, that's not what the sticker says. And I've personally seen the sticker. I can guarantee it does not say F the police for what it's worth. However we move forward, I think we all would agree that the relationship between the board and the law enforcement community, no matter how we move forward, and I'm not saying it hasn't been this way, but it's a two-way street. It's a two-way street. And I definitely don't think that we want to set ourselves up in the future for, with all due respect to the union, a situation where we are pressured into removing a board member because they want us to. Thank you.
Commissioner Mello.
Yeah, just one final thought on this motion, and I'll have further comments if this motion does not succeed. But the motion on the table is to reappoint Mr. Edward Gaines. Mr. Clerk, that's a black male?
I believe, yes.
Okay, and the second is to reappoint Mr. Barry Monroe, also a black male?
Correct.
And then the third was option one, which would be to take applications for the vacant seat. Okay. So I just reject we're removing black men from a Citizens Police Review Board. That's what voting against this motion would do. It doesn't speak to the other seat that could be taken up in a subsequent motion if that was the will of the body. But the motion on the table is whether Mr. Edward Gaines and Mr. Barry Monroe, who have served faithfully and have had no implications against their character whatsoever, should be able to continue to serve. And then I just have one further question before we take this vote. Mr. Treasurer Clerk or Police Chief, from the recommendations we received from the Citizens Police Review Board, do you feel those recommendations come from a place of anti-police bias?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure how we answer that question.
Are you asking the question?
The Citizens Police Review Board has made recommendations to the police chief. He's accepted many of them and rejected some. Are they being rejected because he thinks they're being recommended based on anti-police bias? That's my question.
I mean, if you would like the police chief to come, I don't know how we answer the question. I understand the question, but
I mean, the implication is the board isn't able to function with the current members because there's anti-police bias. I'm just trying to, there's been no due process for these applicants at all to make a case. We haven't reviewed the individual decisions they made. Nobody's made any argument that they're making recommendations that are distracting. The only distraction we've really seen has been through Tallahassee reports about a cup with a sticker that was not factually what it was. So I mean, I'm just trying to get to the underlying issue. Is there anti-police bias on the Citizens Police Review Board that's being brought to the police chief?
Chief Rowell, you want to come answer, please?
Mr. Mayor, I don't know how we answer that, and I don't believe that the staff is not making the case for this. This is not a motion of staff, not a recommendation of staff.
I'm just asking
as it relates to bias.
We don't interact with the Citizens Police Review Board. They have an individual job. They make recommendations to the staff. And I'm asking for the staff's professional opinion if there's been anti-police bias in those recommendations.
I think we could say, and the chief will agree without a doubt, that we have taken all the recommendations on face value, that they come from a genuine place from the board. We have not accepted all the recommendations for a variety of reasons, but have also reviewed the recommendations in good faith, not assuming that there is any motive other than to be constructive. And so I think we can firmly say that there's no suspicion of it coming from the wrong place.
Okay. So we're taking a vote on 2 black men who have served on this board, who there's been no implication that they've made any recommendations that are anti-police whatsoever. And we're going to remove this from this board. I just don't understand why. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Richardson.
Mr. Mayor, if I could speak to
Mayor
that.
Pro Tem, I got you in line right after Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Matlow, with all due respect, you know, I understand your statement, but I resent it like hell. You will not sit here and tell me, a black man who's lived black for 66 years, that you're more concerned with black representation on this board than I would be. Sir, that's what I have fought for all of my political career in the city of Tallahassee, is equity among every citizen in this community. If these 2 individuals are not reappointed, they have the opportunity to apply again. And there are more than 2 black men in this community that could serve on this board, and I'm sure would be interested in serving on this board. So that to me, Commissioner Matlow, should not have been made an issue here.
On point, Mr. Mayor. I'm just trying to get clarity.
I'm not done.
Is it about the identity?
Commissioner Matlow, Commissioner Richardson still has the floor.
On point.
I'm not done.
When he's done with his comments, I'll come to you on point, but let's let Commissioner Richardson finish.
So that that bothered me. I have to tell you, I really do. And again, what we're looking at is are those issues, not viewpoints, and even this thing about bias. Apparently, it's important to the board itself because now the board has said, we want our members to state specifically that they come to this board without bias. So apparently, it's an issue for them. It's an important issue for them now. There have been statements made, and I don't know Ms. Bureau. As a matter of fact, she and I texted each other about working cooperatively to address homeless issues in the community. I recently did a ride-along with the sheriff's host, homeless outreach street team, and she texted me or emailed me and thanked me for doing that. And indicated that she would like to work with me. And so that's the only interaction that I've had with Ms. Bureau, and I really look forward to working with her on those issues. But there have been statements made now since all of this came about stating her position with the police department. I understand that there was an article written in the Tallahassee Democrat that said that the police department was, again, irrevocably broken and needed to be abolished. That is bias, stated bias, if I don't know what else you call it. And the board has said that is an issue and a concern for them going forward. So that's the issue that I have with this whole thing. And I really want this board to get back to what it was originally constituted for, because it primarily impacted people who look like me from the communities that I live in. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Commissioner Matlow, do you still want to speak on point?
We'll take the vote on this and then I'll have comments.
Okay, I got the Mayor Pro Tem in queue to speak, and after your comments, Mayor Pro Tem, we're going to move forward with the votes.
Let's move forward with the.
Okay, so there is a substitute motion on the table made by Commissioner Matlow for options 1, 2, and 3, seconded by Commissioner Porter. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed?
Aye.
Commissioner Williams-Cox, was that a yay or nay on this substitute motion?
Uh-oh.
Did we just lose Commissioner Williams-Cox? Colleagues, bear with me. I mean, the motion would fail on a 2-2 tie anyway. But
Yeah.
Let's for the record, record Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Anybody seen any good movies lately?
Yeah.
Wakanda forever.
How are we with reestablishing communications with the commissioner? All right, Commissioner Williams-Cox, the motion on the table was for the substitute motion, options 1, 2, and 3, that was made by Commissioner Matlow, seconded by Commissioner Porter. We called for the yays and the nays, and I could not hear your vote. Can you confirm in the affirmative or in the negative for the substitute motion?
I vote against the substitute motion.
Okay, so the motion fails on a 2-3 vote with the mayor pro tem, and Commissioner Richardson voting against the motion. We are back on the original motion that was made by the mayor pro tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further comment? Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And on this, I'll go back to what my previous comment was. Commissioner Richardson, I wasn't trying to imply that I'm speaking on behalf of Black individuals. I was just trying to make clear that that motion only applied to those two individual seats, not the other seat. But I will say, I think this sets a very dangerous precedent. We're talking about removing 3 board members from the Citizens Police Review Board. And I do think what we're going to end up with is a sanitized version of a review board. It reminds me of when Governor DeSantis didn't like the Broward County School Board, he removed its members. When the governor didn't like State Attorney Warren, he removed State Attorney Warren. When the governor appointed a commissioner to serve in Gadsden County, we can't just appoint people who fall into line. And I think it sets a very dangerous precedent on any board that we have if we expect people to share a certain viewpoint. And maybe a police mug that says abolish the police is too much for some members, and we should vote on that. But we're talking about removing Barry Monroe, we're talking about removing Edward Gaines, and not one single person can come forward with one single piece of evidence to say this board has shown any anti-police bias, not a single person. The board actually voted unanimously to support signing a pledge that you won't show bias. And they also voted unanimously to support the members that were serving on the board. So I think, again, we're marching down a very, very dangerous path of how people serve on boards. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Motion on the table is made by Commissioner Dime. Yes, ma'am.
Let me please say this, and then I want to move to the vote. We're not removing individuals. We're allowing opportunities for other organizations to send representation. And we believe that with that, other organizations that include African-American organizations and other types of organizations, that we will get good citizen participation. Nothing against Mr. Gaines or Barry did a fantastic job. It has nothing to do with their character or the work that they did. It's just an opportunity to allow for other organizations, more organizations, to participate. So thank you.
On point, Mr. Mayor.
On point, Commissioner Richardson.
I just wanted to respond and say that the initial board was not sanitized. We weren't looking for people that shared a common viewpoint of the police, pro or con. What we were looking for was citizens who had an interest in those things that were spelled out that we felt as a commission, because we adopted this board, were important to improving relationships between the police and the community. Those were the people that were appointed to this board. It wasn't based on, what is your opinion of the police? You support the police? Okay, I want you to serve. It was not that. I want to be clear, it was not that. And for reappointments or appointments, we will not look for that. We will look for people who are independent thinkers. And at some point, these people are going to have to be replaced on this board anyway because they can only serve so many terms. So you're telling me that, well, once they're gone, we can't find other people who are independent thinkers, that they have to reflect our thought? I didn't talk to my appointee about my thoughts of the police one way or the other. I knew he was a trustworthy person who would have the best interest of this community at heart. And that's why I asked him to serve on the board. And he has done that fully. So nobody's looking for a sanitized board or like thinkers to serve on this board. We're looking for community members who are willing to volunteer their service to accomplish the stated mission of this board. And so those are the kinds of people that we're looking for. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to make a recommendation for, future reappointments or items like this. I think it would be helpful, and maybe this is a conversation we can return to, if we perhaps advertise or reach out to community organizations so that we can be reviewing other recommendations at the same time that we make these reappointments or are considering these reappointments, so that we don't have to have, vacancies and sort of return to this, but we can just deal with it all at once. I think it's a best practice. I don't have any problem with bringing other people to the table and just, not taking seriously that these are reappointments and they're serving their terms, and it's not a guarantee that they're going to be reappointed. But that might be something that we should consider so that we can have all of that information at once and make that decision. And then just finally, before we take this vote, I do want to take a moment to just say to law enforcement who are listening, law enforcement who are here, I do value your service. When I've had car accidents, I call you. When I've had someone bang on my door at 3 a.m., and it's scary, I've called you, and you've shown up, and you have treated me with nothing but respect, and I do appreciate your service. And I hope that you really trust and believe that, and I want to do everything I can to work on my relationship with all of you in the community, and I hope that that is not in question because of this single disagreement or vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, motion on the table is made by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. It's the original motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed?
Nay.
And the motion passes 3-2 with Commissioner Porter and Commissioner Matlow in dissent. We are now on item number...
If I could.
Sure. Madam Attorney.
Yes, there is a provision in the policies and procedures that provide for legal counsel to annually review the policies and procedures and evaluate them for revision. And if it would be the will of this commission, I would like to bring back some matters which might help to clarify the roles and responsibilities of the Citizen Review Board.
I think that'd be wonderful. Absolutely. We're on item number 12.01. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is your fiscal year 2022 budgetary closeout. We do this each year shortly after the end of the fiscal year. That concludes September 30th of each year. Robert Wiggin is our Director of Resource Management. He and his team lead the charge with the assistance of our accounting group and Patrick Twyman. The closeout reflects good budgetary practice and a balanced budget overall. Robert's here to provide a brief overview.
Thank you, City Manager. Mayor, Commissioners, appointed officials. As mentioned by the City Manager, this is the last step in our milestone of the fiscal year 22 budget. The fiscal year 22 budget represents the strategic plan, gave us direction on support in the community, increasing neighborhood support, also infrastructure investment and economic development. This responsible planning and management enabled us to also address challenges in the labor market. With your leadership and direction, we identified a labor plan, 4.5% raise for employees and a $2,500 minimum. What you see here are the 14 operating funds that are balanced as detailed in this summary table and attachments. I'll be glad to answer any questions about the actions that we're taking to close the year-end process. They're all in accordance with policy, where we've identified any surplus going back to reserves to bolster the funds and or to invest in infrastructure for the particular plants. The action that we're asking you to take is to accept, excuse me, to accept, there we go, to accept the budget closeout report as presented and authorize all these fiscal year 22 year-end adjustments as presented. The city manager mentioned the support that we have from financial services, grants and ERP procurement. Goes through a tremendous effort to close out contracts, to close out projects. The departments and their staff, the directors, also work with us closely to ensure that we're following policy and balancing the budget for fiscal year 22. I'm glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Mayor, on my information for our virtual connections, I've got one item that's not clear. I have Julian Kerr speaking on 1201, which is this item, but the description I see says noise ordinance. Okay, so then we have no speakers on this item.
Okay, let's open it up for discussion. Direction, motions. Robert, great job.
Move staff recommendation.
Certainly do appreciate what you're doing. The Mayor Pro Tem has properly moved staff recommendation of option number 1. I will second it. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you very much. We're on item number 12.02. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is regarding what's described as a multifamily garden-style development to be located on Mahan Drive, in the inclusion of approximately 70 certified affordable housing units, 12 of which would be set aside for extremely low income, which is defined as 30% of AMI, and the balance for 70% of area median income households. We're asking the commission to set aside $115,000. That would be an amount equal to that the Leon County would contribute, and this certainly is in line with your priorities for affordable housing. Dr. Kimball Thomas and his staff are on point for these matters, and he's here to provide additional details on this proposed project.
Good evening. Thank you, City
Dr.
Manager.
Thomas, good to see you, sir.
Mayor, Commissioners, thank you. We're very excited about this particular item, working with our counterparts in Leon County Housing and through their finance authority. This particular developer, as you notice the location of this particular development, 2120 Mahan Drive, it would consist of multifamily units, up to 72 units at 70% or below AMI. 36 of those are 1 bedroom, 1 bath, 36 2 bedrooms, 2 bath. And this really is excitement. They're committed for this. Up to 12 of these units will be set aside for those at 30% or below AMI. That just doesn't happen all the time, and we're very excited they're partnering with us. The site plan calls for 3-story garden-style apartments. There'll be a recreational area, clubhouse, patios, very good design. That information is in your packet. The developer was able to go through the 9% low-income housing tax credit. That's a very competitive process, so we applaud them. And this ask of you tonight is that we continue our partnership with Leon County, also their financing authority, with respect to our share of the match of $115,000 in our contribution.
All right, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
All right, looking at commission direction.
Move staff recommendation, option number 1.
All right, option number 1 has been properly moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Porter.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion on the table, excuse me, Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a couple of questions, and some of these we've got a few affordable housing items, so some of these are just general questions. Do we happen to have, and I'm not asking you for this right now necessarily, do we have a breakdown of the AMI levels of units being built? Generally, like, we've got the pipeline, we know how many are in process, but do we know, can we say, I see someone shaking their head, you know,
We do.
certain number are this AMI level, certain number are this, we do?
Right, we do, and we could provide that information.
Okay. And do we happen to know, I'm supporting this obviously, do we happen to know if the applicant or developer, if this is their first project in town or not? Do they have more than one?
I'm not certain. They went through Leon County with respect to the application, so I think they're out of Athens, Georgia, but we could check on that and provide that information.
And the
to
reason
city
I
manager.
ask is it can be hard to find, you know, affordable housing developers. And so, you know, when we find ones that we work well with, you know, I hope to see more projects if this one is successful, and I certainly hope that it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
See no further comment. Motion was made by Commissioner Richardson. That's right, and seconded by Commissioner Porter, correct? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. We're on item number 12.03.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This next item is related to housing, affordable housing, as well as neighborhood preservation and our Neighborhood First program, in particular for our Frenchtown Neighborhood First program. It seeks your approval to award a contract for up to $900,000 to the Tallahassee Urban League to administer the Frenchtown Housing Rehab program. John Baker is our manager of the group in our Parks and Recreation and Neighborhood Affairs Department. He's been working with the various teams on this in Frenchtown and other neighborhoods for that matter, and he's here to share any additional details and answer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mayor, Commissioners, approving this contract will allow us to implement the Frenchtown Rehab Program. This is a program developed by the Frenchtown Community Action Team. We implemented it in the community. We have 32 homeowners who have been approved to receive a grant. Urban League responded to the RFP that was placed, and the selection committee recommend the contract be approved to them. So I'm here if you have any additional questions regarding the program.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We have one speaker on this item, Mayor, that is Curtis Taylor.
Taylor,
leave well enough alone, Kurt.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, good evening, good evening. I'm Curtis Taylor. My second address is 923 Old Baymouth Road, right there at the Tallahassee Urban League. And I want to thank our mayor, thank our city commissioners, thank our CRA staff, thank the City of Tallahassee for not only providing rehab dollars, but all the other dollars that are now going to be available to help transform Frenchtown. So I want to thank you for Ms. Johnson, thank you for Ms. Scott, thank you for Mr. Austin, thank you for all of our Frenchtown residents that will benefit from this funding. And our goal is not only to rehab houses, but we want to transform Frenchtown. Yes. And we're going to need your help. We've already reached out to several local banks that have agreed to provide support and dollars in making that happen. And so we're going to do everything in our power. Our main office is in the heart of Frenchtown. And so every day, for 40-some years, almost 50 years, I've seen Frenchtown go from the golden era to where it is today. And nothing really has happened in Frenchtown for decades. So I applaud you. I thank you. I thank our commissioners and I thank our mayor. Thank you and God bless and thank you. And we're going to continue to do everything we can to empower our communities and change lives at the Tallahassee Urban League. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have a motion for action?
Move staff recommendation option number one.
Staff
Okay, it's been probably moved for option number 1 by Curtis Richardson, Commissioner Richardson, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. See no further Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I first want to say this is really exciting. I think this is I think this is a perfect example of what the neighborhood first planning process, the best version of that process, the best outcome. I think the partnership with the Urban League is the perfect kind of partnership for this project. I love that there's going to be the concentration on the D streets to make sure that has a visual impact that hopefully will inspire, a triple, that other people in the community, that we expand, hopefully, this kind of grant project. So I just wanted to say that. And the other thing this is a super effective method for expanding affordable housing. I mean, it's so much cheaper to retain affordable housing than it is to build new affordable housing. I mean, that's a plus in its own right, but it's also the fact that when we do things this way, the chances of people being displaced are significantly reduced because they're able to stay. You're not having, in the same way where we're building something new, sometimes that's in a plot of land that's in a different kind of neighborhood. We've seen that already in Frenchtown, where there was opposition to even affordable housing projects. So that's all to say that this is great, and the fact that they're owner-occupied is great, too, because that's the kind of stability that we want. I have a few questions. So there's options for renter-occupied units, and then there's options for owner-occupied units and then renter-occupied units. My question is it still the case that the application is coming from the property owner, even if it's being rented, correct?
That's correct. It comes from the property owner with awareness of the tenant that the property owner is applying for it.
Okay, that's what I figured. And then I just have a few questions about the Frenchtown neighborhood first plan generally, and maybe this is going to come back to a review. I'm wondering, obviously I looked up and saw kind of the guidelines, the goals, and do we have an update of that anywhere to track the progress?
We intend in the first part of next year working with the CRA to bring an update to the CRA board on implementation of not only Frenchtown but Greater Bond as well.
Okay, great. I just was curious to see what progress had been made since, of course, I see there's being progress, but it just wasn't like checked off or anything. And then the last thing I want to say is, I made the request that we include as an attachment in this item the neighborhood first plan and the application. And although I trust the Urban League and I trust our staff, I think that's just really critical information for the public to have and for me to have, and that comment is not directed at you, just, moving forward. I think that's really important information for us or for myself and the public to have. So just keeping that in mind for future projects like this. Not everyone's going to know to Google the Frenchtown Neighborhood First Plan and pull it up. So, moving forward, that's something I'd like to see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so the Commissioner, Mayor Pro Tem, any comments?
I am excited about what is going to be happening in Frenchtown, and I am excited that we're partnering with the Urban League, who has a proven track record of what happens when communities work together. So thank you, Mr. Taylor, for you and your staff and what you all are doing, and thank you to the city staff, Mr. Baker, and everyone involved for helping us to continue to move our city forward.
Wonderful. There's a motion on the table made by Commissioner Richardson, seconded by Commissioner Porter. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Passes unanimously 5-0. We're on item number 12.04. Mr. Manager.
Mr. Mayor, for clarification, that motion was seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem.
I apologize. For the record, it was seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. 12.04, please.
Mr. Mayor, this is along the lines of the discussion we just had in the previous two items that's related to housing. And you recall the commission adopted a proclamation back in May, which was to join House America. And that proclamation set several goals, very, very significant goals and lofty goals. And the partnership is between the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, and the United States Interagency Council on Homelessness and local communities, in this case, Tallahassee. The city pledged several goals, including the rapid rehousing of homeless households. I won't steal your thunder, Dr. Thomas, don't worry. We pledged to have a number of houses that are affordable, certified affordable in the development pipeline, as well as have a minimum number of those to be available to only the lowest AMI level of 30%, extreme poverty. I will say this, Dr. Thomas is going to give us an overview, but at the time, I wasn't sure we could accomplish these goals. They were I would call them a stretch goal, but I knew it would challenge us. I can tell you that we have accomplished all three, and this is a report regarding that. So, Dr. Thomas, I stole a little bit of your thunder, but make it real loud because this is a good news story and it's in line with the commission's direction and priority.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mayor, and Commissioners. It was a great deal of enthusiasm that I would like to tell you from what that proclamation on May 11th, the hard work of the last several years in housing and community resilience, the dedication of staff. None of us will ever rest on our laurels. We understand the importance of the work that we do. The House America goals are as follows. We needed 2,200 affordable housing units by the end of this month in our pipeline. 100 of those need to be at extremely low income, and 200 of those housing had to be through homelessness rapid rehousing. I would do a drum roll, but we're going to keep rolling. When you look at the two numbers, those units that have been completed and those in our pipeline, we have 2,391 units. We have exceeded the goal. Of those units, 110 of those are for extremely low income, median income families, and of those who have been rehoused through homelessness, through rapid rehousing, working with Big B and COC and our other partners, 250. The City of Tallahassee has exceeded the goals that we said we would be challenged for in the House America. And I want to applaud the city and applaud my staff and the hard work and the dedication that they do day to day to make sure that we continue to rest and have these goals and never rest on our laurels. And I recommend there's a map of all where our affordable housing units are geographically in Tallahassee. And I recommend option one, that we can go ahead and now submit this application and the submission of our accomplishment to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public comment on this item, Mr. Cook?
Mayor, we do have speakers on this item. The first is James Houston, followed by Robert Gibbs.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is not James Houston. Mr. Houston had to leave at 4:30. I'm one of 4 speakers that signed up to speak on behalf of the Capital Area Justice Ministry, and with your indulgence, we'd like to shuffle the order, and there will only be 3 of us. You're okay with that?
Your name and address, please.
So my name is Robert Dial. I was speaker number 3. I'll be followed by Reverend Gibbs, and he will be followed by Reverend Sylvia Jones. So my name for the record is Robert Dial. I am the co-chair of the Capital Area Justice Ministry's Affordable Housing Strategy Team, and I live at 2409 Oakdale Street, Tallahassee. Last spring, the Capital Area Justice Ministry asked each of the commissioners to support our proposal to create and finance a dedicated, very low income, affordable rental housing trust fund. And not all of you were ready to do so at that time. However, we have continued our work, and we welcome this opportunity to continue that conversation that we started last spring. I'm here this evening with my colleagues to continue that dialogue, and this update on the city's House America goal offers an ideal context. Those numbers are the numbers that we've been looking at as well. We spent the last 8 months extending our understanding of the causes for the grievous shortage of rental housing for families with extremely low and very low incomes. This deficit touches each of us, members of our families, our friends, people with whom we work and play and pray. Mr. J and his wife are an all too common example. They lived in a mobile home in the 32304 zip code until an out-of-town business bought that mobile home park, drastically raised the rent, and forced most folks out of the park. Mr. J and his wife had to scramble to find somewhere else to live where the landlord would accept their Section 8 housing voucher. They ended up in a small first-floor apartment, excuse me, in a poorly maintained house with an extremely inefficient HVAC system that resulted in exorbitant utility bills, which they were having difficulty paying. At the end of their one-year lease, they sought a better place to rent. However, when the new landlord they applied to attempted to charge them more than the federal rules would allow for their housing voucher, the housing authority had to refuse to approve the new lease, and we now find them homeless, sleeping in their car, trying to find a new place where Mr. J and his wife can live and she can recover from the hip replacement surgery that's been postponed as a result of not having safe housing to live in. My KGIM colleagues will now share with you some of what we've learned about the causes of this affordable rental housing shortage and how we see a new trust fund as an innovative way to make a much bigger dent in the problem than we've been able to make so far. Thank you.
Next is Robert Gibbs, and then Sylvia Jones.
Excellent. Your name and address for the record, please. Thanks for coming.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Gibbs. I'm a retired United Methodist pastor and member at Trinity United Methodist Church. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Commission, for addressing this very important issue. I live at 6340 Duck Call Court in Tallahassee. The Schimberg Center for Housing Studies at the University of Florida documents that in 2020, there were over 13,500 families in Tallahassee with extremely low and very low incomes who are paying more than half their income for housing. These are the people with whom Capital Area Justice Ministry is concerned, our most vulnerable citizens. The Schimberg Center's 2022 rental market study reports a cumulative affordable rental housing deficit in Leon County as a whole of 21,663 units for extremely low and very low incomes who are looking for housing they can afford. We've just heard that the staff now reports that 110 multifamily units for families with extremely low incomes have been constructed over the past year or in the pipeline, exceeding Tallahassee's House America pledge of 100 units. We celebrate the achievement and look forward to these new numbers, the numbers that exceed in what's been accomplished in the recent past. We also acknowledge this is a very small chip in a very huge challenge. And we look at the Housing Division's website dashboard, we see a total of 200 multifamily units constructed or under development for families with very low as well as extremely low incomes. This would amount to 10% of the total multifamily units being constructed and in the pipeline, but they only address 1.5% of the 13,500 families paying more than half their income for rental housing. The research conducted by Capital Area Justice Ministry's Affordable Housing Strategy Team over the past 8 months is shaping a refined proposal for the Tallahassee Very Low Income Affordable Rental Housing Trust Fund. Very Low Income Affordable Rental Housing Trust Fund, and we'll be bringing to you later and be talking about this as we reach our spring goal of reaching our community on this very, very important issue. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next is Sylvia Jones.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. I'm Reverend Sylvia Jones, pastor of Ebenezer AME Church co-chair of the Capital Area Justice Ministries Affordable Housing Strategy Team, and I reside at 4250 Woodbridge Road in Tallahassee, Florida. Our research team has found that most developers choose to build multifamily rental housing set aside for families with low incomes rather than very low incomes. Why is that? The affordable housing experts and practitioners tell us this is because developers' projects are not financially sustainable if too many of their tenants are paying rents that comply with federal limits for families at these income levels. It is simply a matter of cost. When we asked what it will take to break the logjam, they uniformly told us additional financial subsidies. This is what the Florida Housing Finance Corporation has done with some projects, offered developers additional subsidized financing to offset lower rent income from increasing their set-asides of rental units that can be afforded by families with very low and extremely low incomes. The experts and practitioners with whom we have been speaking all tell us that this is the role of Tallahassee Very Low Income Affordable Rental Housing Trust Fund can play in expanding on our recent successes to more rapidly attack the huge deficit in affordable rental housing that afflicts our most vulnerable families. We're working with several of these folk to fashion an effective trust fund concept. We will be sharing that proposal with staff over the next few weeks and with each of you in meetings that we are arranging for early next year. And we look forward to these conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Have no other speakers on this item.
All right, let's move to commission discussion. Direction?
Move
Staff recommendation.
All right, I'll give the motion to Commissioner Richardson and the second to the Mayor Pro Tem. Commissioner Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Dr. Thomas, and everyone who's been working on this and this update in particular. I have a few comments and maybe some questions. I'm really glad to see this number of units reserved for extremely low-income units. A clarifying question. So our agenda item says that of the 2,391 affordable units in the pipeline, 110 are for extremely low-income households, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm really glad that we not only met but surpassed our goal. And I don't mean this in, for us to be discouraged, but, I did the math and that's like 5%, of the units. And that is incredibly, low. I know there's only so much we can do. We're providing incentives for developers to come. So I'm not saying that we are necessarily at fault for that, and I know that I trust that we are making a concerted effort to attract that. I just want to bring that to our attention, because that is a little bit of an alarming number for me, alarmingly low. And I'd like to see where we can, especially as we are coming together on January 18th for our retreat, whether we can see where we can push ourselves and set our goals a little higher, since we've seen not only that we've met some, but surpassed them, if there's any way we can, push ourselves even more to increase that number. Thank you.
All right, there's a motion on the table by Commissioner Richardson, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. All those in favor of option number 1 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Passes unanimously 5-0. It is 5:40. We're going to take a 20-minute recess. We'll be back at 6 o'clock for the public hearing. I'd like to call to order the public hearing. It is 6:05. I do apologize that we are a couple minutes late. We are on item number 14.01. Mr. Cook or Madam Attorney, are you going to handle this one for us?
Yes, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Item number 14.01 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 22-0-29, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, amending sections 14-3.310 and 14-3.410 of the Code of General Ordinances of the City of Tallahassee relating to the police employees' pension provisions, providing for conflict, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, conduct the public hearing and adopt ordinance number 22-0-29, which will conform upon passage the City of Tallahassee Code to the Memoranda of Understanding approved by the PBA on October 4th, 2022, and the City Commission on October 12th, 2022.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
Mayor, we do not, but I'm going to speak slowly because I don't have speakers on any of the public hearings, but I did see some people standing at the table in the atrium, so I'm waiting 1 minute to see if they walk through the door with a speaker form. Seeing none, we have no speakers on this item.
Okay. Do we have the Mayor Pro Tem, Williams-Cox, on the line? Excellent.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, wonderful. So do we have a motion for option number 1, staff recommendation?
Move option 1.
Second.
Been probably moved by Commissioner Mellon, seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Seeing no further comment, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Okay, it passes 5-0. We're on item number 14.02. Madam Attorney.
Item number 14.02 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 22-Z-30, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, designating and including additional territory located on .95 acres at the northwest intersection of Pablo Avenue and Centerville Road as and in the City of Tallahassee Neighborhood Commercial C-1 from light industrial M1 on the official zoning map of the City of Tallahassee, adopted and established by the City Commission, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, adopt ordinance 22-Z-30, thereby amending the official zoning map from light industrial M1 zoning district to the neighborhood commercial C1 zoning district based on the findings and conditions of the Planning Commission, the information contained in this agenda item, and any evidence presented at the hearing hereon. Any ex parte disclosures concerning this item are available via the hyperlink included in the agenda item as published in the board doc system.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Direction, board?
Move staff recommendation, Mr. Mayor, option number 1.
Option number 1, staff recommendation, has been properly moved by Commissioner Richardson. Is there a second to the motion? I will second the motion. Further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Passes unanimously 5-0. We're on item number 14.03. Madam Attorney.
Item number 14.03 is the second and final public hearing for the Florida State University Campus Development Agreement. Under state law, the city as host government and FSU must enter into a campus development agreement to implement the university's campus master plan. The FSU Board of Trustees adopted a revised master plan on September 24, 2021. Prior to the adoption of the master plan, city departments reviewed the draft master plan and provided comments to FSU. The existing FSU Campus Development Agreement is scheduled to expire on December 31st, 2022. The FSU Board of Trustees reviewed and approved this agreement at its November 18, 2022 board meeting. The city is required to hold 2 public hearings concerning the Campus Development Agreement. The first public hearing was held by the City Commission on October 26, 2022. This item recommends that the City Commission conduct the second and final public hearing and approve the agreement. The updated FSU Master Plan covers 2020 to 2030 planning period.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We have 1 speaker on this item, Mayor. That is Mike Goldstein.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Mike Goldstein, 217 West 2nd Avenue. Yeah, just a few comments on this plan. I guess the process I found out is just a annual review for the plan. I guess that's part of what I'm confused about because it's the last time we had I'm glad that it got put to y'all before it got rushed, like the last thing we've had to deal with last year with the Blueprint project that's down the hill as well. The $27 million for stadium seems like it was a rush project. This is a nice annual plan, but if infrastructure is the thing that's about this plan, hopefully by the time this plan is in action, then that project, the stadium, will be done by then as well. So we can at least have some way to measure both metrics on the business side, the stadium and the civic center. And I'm just trying to understand, is the arena district still an option with this plan or not? Because I saw in the verbiage that the arena district was actually listed in the guidelines for the plan itself. But what I misunderstood from last year was if the funds that were meant for the conference center, that's not going to happen now, from what I understood, was diverted to the stadium. Is the plan now for this Madison Mile plus Doak Campbell to the business school part, is that all part of the economic development plan as a whole to help drive the economy year-round? Because I'm being quite honest, I haven't seen a lot at the stadium to show that there's actually work being done from that last item from last year. So I'm just trying to understand and get clarification going forward what these plans are about, what they are actually helping with the community for, and how, yes, a business school off campus going closer to downtown will help in the long run, but over time, how do we as a community better understand these things going forward?
Mr. Goldstein, I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Kevin Graham, who represents Florida State University in their master planning process here tonight. So if you have any questions, I'm sure Mr. Graham will be more than happy to answer.
Is Will Butler still involved?
Not here at the microphone, but maybe y'all can
Sorry.
You can take it outside.
I still have a minute left, so I'm just.
But seriously, I think that when it's questions to the growth of campus, the process is it begins with the university. So, Mr. Graham, thank you so much for answering any questions Mr. Goldstein might have.
All right, thanks.
Our next speaker, please.
That was the only speaker.
Okay, looking for direction. Questions?
Move staff recommendation, option number 1.
Option number 1 has probably been moved by Commissioner Richardson. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Matlow. All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. Do we have any other items come before us at the public hearing, Madam Attorney?
No, we do not.
Okay, colleagues, we are back on general business. 12.05, the noise ordinance update. Mr. Goode.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is a follow-up from your October 26th meeting. You'll recall in March of this year, you voted to I think can be generally described as simplify the noise ordinance, which eliminated the use of decibel meters, as well as enabled TPD to act proactively to deal with noise complaints. And those actions helped. We provided you an update in October of this month regarding that. At that time, there was discussion about the urban core. So as you know, there's 2 distinct districts as it relates to noise regulation, and you asked for an agenda item to be brought back regarding noise issues in the urban core with ending times for amplified outdoor music. Staff has scanned other cities in the state to look for similarities or other models that we could reference. We've included information in your agenda item. I think generally what you find is that every city is a little bit unique, but we do find there to be distinct regulation dependent upon the objective of the local city. Dominique Maddox has led the charge with the strategic innovation team to kind of do this review and really try to put some parameters on what you could consider based on your feedback and what we've heard, trying to get really to the root cause of the issue that we understand in the urban core. She's done so with the help of TPD, and Deputy City Manager Barber has been directly in touch with citizens that have expressed concerns. I'd like Dominique just to walk us through her findings and overall summary, and we look forward to your feedback.
All right, Ms. Maddox, thanks for joining us and for all your hard work.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager, Commissioners. As mentioned at the October 26th meeting, you directed staff to bring back an item to address noise regulation in the urban core. As you know, our revised noise ordinance has enabled more effective enforcement of noise nuisance across the city, particularly outside the urban core. However, it limits the regulation of noise within the urban core to the hours of 2 a.m. and to 7 a.m., which is a concern for some of our residents in and near the area. The urban core distinction was originally created to balance various quality of life factors of residents, businesses, tourists, and our growing college community, as well as the needs of our nighttime economy, which is an important element to creating a vibrant 18-hour downtown. At your direction and based on residents' feedback, staff conducted research on noise ordinances of numerous Florida cities, including Fort Lauderdale, Gainesville, Hollywood, Jacksonville, Miami, Orlando, St. Petersburg, and Tampa. Of these cities, 5 have entertainment districts. In each case, higher noise levels are permitted inside the entertainment districts. And while the time when noise restrictions take effect varies across cities, generally between 10 p.m. to 3 a.m., most of them begin enforcement at 11 p.m. Additionally, in each of these cities, entertainment districts are regulated in such a way as to minimize adverse impact to the nighttime economy. One way that cities strike the balance is by regulating live outdoor music after certain hours. So currently, our noise ordinance does not regulate live outdoor music. While this item seeks commission direction, we did explore what a potential regulation of live outdoor music might look like within the urban core. This could include setting a time at which live outdoor music would have to be taken inside, and hours could naturally vary between nights during the week versus on the weekends. We have a similar model in place for the Capital City Amphitheater at Cascades Park. Staff anticipates that something similar for the urban core would present no enforcement issues. Violations would be met with the same penalties already being established in the current noise ordinance. All of this information is provided to you in the item for your consideration, and this item seeks your direction.
Excellent. Mr. Manager.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just draw out a point you heard what Dominique indicated. We talked about live outdoor music. We dropped the term amplified. In our discovery, we felt like it could create a loophole and it may be difficult to enforce, and we felt like live outdoor music was the root cause, and so we've simplified it from that point of view. I just want to draw out that distinction.
Excellent. Mr. Clark, do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, sir, we do, Mayor. The first of those speakers is Blake Sandler, and followed by Harley Amundson.
Thanks for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Blake Sandler. I live at 415 St. Francis Street, and I represent the Citizens Committee on Noise Pollution and All Saints District Community Association. Something that we've heard at a lot of the past meetings was about an 18-hour city. So I did research, and I wanted to talk about that. An 18-hour city is not defined by constant endless noise or loud partying throughout the night. It is defined by a second-tier city that is more affordable to live in and has solid infrastructure, appealing amenities, and public transportation to attract professionals that enjoy an urban lifestyle, but without the Boston or New York City price tag. Discussion about an 18-hour city has become a talking point in the past to underserved residents and businesses who operate in the urban core. An 18-hour city is supposed to be a draw for professionals, families, and entrepreneurs alike. I'm having a hard time understanding why there needs to be a distinction between having an 18-hour city or having quiet time, because a lot of the 18-hour cities that we looked at have 10 p.m. and 11 p.m. cutoffs for loud noise, which makes me think that it's not mutually exclusive. And I am for an 18-hour city. You know, I want a vibrant downtown. I want a place of thriving residents, hotels, other services, and I think that if we don't have a noise ordinance, then there is not going to be an 18-hour city left to enjoy. The Citizens Committee on Noise Pollution wants to have a say in how this noise ordinance gets made to ensure that this is a downtown that people want to live, work, and raise a family in. You can have an 18-hour city and enforce noise after 10 or 11 p.m., as all other 18-hour cities have done. The All Saints District Community Association has also studied other 18-hour cities that we have found in Austin, New Orleans, Key West, Tampa, Denver, Raleigh, Durham, Portland, Nashville, Charleston, Chattanooga, Kansas City, Miami, and Miami Beach. All have noise ordinances that are forced at either 10 or 11 p.m. throughout the entire city, and most regulate amplified outdoor noise. Therefore, these cities understand that in order to have a vibrant downtown, you need residents who are going to want to live and have a stake in downtown. Having loud noise throughout the night is also disincentivizing for downtown home ownership and business development. An 18-hour city is supposed to be a place to encourage investment from homeowners and businesses, but right now I've seen our downtown failing to maintain businesses, and we have seen a lot of businesses close down for good recently. University Cycles, Serenity Coffee, All Saints Cafe, Simply Mac, Voodoo Dog, Nefertari's, and more. And the hotels downtown, who also bring in a lot of money for our city, are going to struggle if we don't have a noise ordinance for downtown. Because
30
if they're-
seconds.
Thank you. Because if we're having, if they have, numerous negative reviews about the noise, then they're not going to be as much of a draw, and that helps a lot of the surrounding businesses, which we want. And our downtown can be so much more if we have your support in improving noise regulation. I urge you to make a motion for our city managers and city staff to work with the Citizens Committee on Noise Ordinance to revise a new ordinance that is ready for review in the January 18th commission meeting. All I want for Christmas is a new noise ordinance, and with your help, we can get it done. Thank you, and happy holidays.
Our next speaker, please.
Is Harley Amundson, followed by Patrick Rowe.
Hello, this is Haley Amundson. I live at 415 St. Francis Street, and I represent the Citizens Committee on Noise Pollution and the All Saints District Community Association. The Citizen Committee on Noise Pollution comprises 10 neighborhoods and 4 hotels. 3 neighborhoods are inside the urban core, and the other 7 are outside the urban core. We understand that this noise ordinance requires a complex solution and stakeholder involvement. To do this, we need a motion and support from our City Commission to allow the Citizen Committee on Noise Pollution to direct and work with the City Manager and City staff before it is presented to the City Commission to a vote. Our committee has the backing from both business, homeowners, and residents of the city. The Citizen Committee on Noise Pollution has also conducted research regarding other 18-hour city noise ordinances that are consistent with the 4 elements that we have incorporated within a stakeholder revised noise ordinance. These 4 elements that we want, these are 4 elements that we want to change about our noise ordinance. First, we want to regulate outdoor amplified noise, amplified, not just only live, because music can be blasted through speakers, in the urban core after 10 p.m. on weekdays and 11 p.m. on weekends, which was discussed during the October 26th City Commission meeting. Second, we want noise regulations for all residential properties throughout the city, including downtown, especially after 10 p.m. on weekday nights and 11 p.m. on weekend nights. Third, we would like to incorporate decibel readers or change the existing ordinance to a shorter distance in feet from the source than the existing 100 feet if we're removing decibels. Fourth, we'd like a stronger enforcement than just fines for noise offenders that are not voluntarily complying and are repeat offenders. We have precedent in cities like Miami. Since we no longer have a business license in Tallahassee, the city of Miami is a great example that uses strong fines of up to $15,000 in penalties for repeat amplified noise offenders within a 12-month period. This combats the issue of negligible fines being part of the cost of doing business and offers the ordinance more teeth for enforcement. We also need a date for the commission in directing the city manager and staff to get an ordinance completed and up for review. I would like to request a motion from the commission and we have a noise ordinance ready for review at the January 18th, 2023 City Commission meeting. We need a date so that members of the public know that there is an end in sight. We can't live like this. This downtown, thank you. This downtown and the urban core area are not livable, and it's a public health issue. Indeed it is, for its residents. Let's come together with the Citizen Committee on Noise Pollution and create the solution that the public supports. Thank you for your time, and I urge you to make a motion for our city managers and city staff to work with the Citizen Committee on Noise Pollution to revise a new ordinance that is ready to review on the January 18th commission meeting and up for a vote on the February 1st commission meeting. Thank you so much, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Patrick Rowe, and then Chris Loudon.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Dr. Patrick Rowe, and I live just across the street at the Center Tower. It's 215 West College Avenue. And I own a condominium in the tower. It's apartment 301. And you might recall I've been in front of the commission before, and in the tower, there is a problem with noise. The people who live there pretty much all agree that it's out of control. And I just want to thank my friends and colleagues for all the work they've done gathering statistics and data to study what's done in other cities and just make it comfortable for the residents. It's just not fair to have that kind of loud noise, especially on weekdays when people are trying to get enough sleep so they can go to their jobs and do what they have to do. So I appreciate you listening and considering and thinking about the problem, and hopefully with the city officials we have talked to seem to be willing to help solve the problem. I just want to thank you for listening. And like everybody else, have a good break and enjoy Christmas. I think we all deserve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Chris Loudon. He'll be followed by Eric Mullins.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Good
Name
afternoon.
and address, please.
Chris Loudon, All Saints Association, as well as the Community for Noise Pollution. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Appreciate your time. Our citizen committee that's made up of these neighborhoods, we've done hours of research on this noise, and we came up with ordinances in entertainment districts and other 18-hour cities that we did research on. We also met with staff. Ms. Barber's been fantastic in meeting with us and making time to talk to us about their findings. And as staff has said, it shows that there are noise ordinances in entertainment districts. And we think that if you look at the noise ordinances, they all have real three common elements. One is a time, 10 on the weekends, 11. The second one is a quantitative way to see if the ordinance is being violated, either decibel reading or audible. And the other thing is a graduated fine schedule. We don't have a occupational license in the city, which kind of floors me. I don't understand how we don't have that. But so your enforcement is handicapped. So we're going to have to do it monetarily. So as Haley said, in Miami, there's severe fines for repeat offenders that don't want to cooperate. Okay, so I would ask you guys to direct staff in these three elements along, and to draft it along with us, the stakeholders, before the next commission meeting in January. I'd also like to take this time, an opportunity to implore you guys to do more. We got a beautiful city. We're at a crossroads, though. We got noise, gun violence, trash, public intoxication and urination in the downtown area. And we have FSU expansion, which is great. FSU is a good partner. They keep a very clean campus. But with that comes student housing. And there's being pressure put on our neighborhoods from developers to move into our neighborhoods. And, in my neighborhood, we have special land use designations for residents and historical effects. And we don't want to see that, ruined. But we also need the students. We want FSU. We want all these amenities that we want from urban downtown. And there is a way, so we'd like to work together and make that happen. But we want to be at the table along with everybody else. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mr. Clerk.
Eric Mullins, followed by Stanley Sims.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Eric Mullins, 600 West Gaines Street. I work at the Residence Inn down there. I heard specific mention that we're not worried about amplified music. That's kind of concerning to us. And if this works, you'll understand why. Random Wednesday, 1:30 in the morning, almost a mile away. It's loud. This is right in front of our hotel. I went inside because I knew our phones were going to blow up. That was it. You woke up the entire building. Not part of the building, the entire building. Pick a profession. They travel to town. They need sleep. They're not getting it at the Residence Inn. Caroline Savage from the Hyatt right down the street has the same problem. Michael Davis at the Hampton has the same problem. Folks at the Indigo have the same problem. I don't know why you can't have an 18-hour downtown that has some peace and quiet for sleep. I don't see them as a conflict. People need to live there. These folks live there. They want the amenities, but we also would like to sleep. My guest would like to sleep. So I appreciate your time, and just consider how loud that was in front of our building one night, Wednesday. Thank you.
Mullins, which operation was that?
Oh, I have no idea. That was coming from...
Is that Potbelly's?
So Railroad turns into Macomb, and it was coming from up Macomb, coming south down Macomb.
Okay.
So, it's just a cheap iPhone. So it was loud.
Got it. Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Stanley Sims, and then we'll have one virtual connection, and that'll be the conclusion of
Great.
our speakers.
Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Stanley Sims. I'm at 1320 Avondale Way. I hope we're not trying to prove that music we don't like is louder than music we like. I'm not a big fan of country music, but I know that music I don't like tend to irritate me a little bit more. But when I want to sing First Class, I like First Class. My wife would tell me, Stan, stop singing so loud. Mr. City Manager, we don't see eye to eye on a lot of things, but I love your definition and clarity that you gave the difference between amplified and loud music. Because some of the conversations that I've had with Deputy Chief Holmes, with some of my issues is, I believe, now I don't know this, I don't want to misrepresent, I believe that recording came from a young man riding in a car with amplified music going down a road. Here's what I'm concerned about with the noise ordinance, and I've shared this with Deputy Chief Holmes. And I'm not saying this, City Manager, because they are doing something that I don't appreciate. No, I'm commending them, because I thought this noise ordinance could be used something like the seatbelt thing as a ploy to go in, as a way to do other mingling. They dealing with a very complex area. The Gaines Street area is located in an area where that Miami don't have, in between a major #1 top HBC university and a top collegiate FSU. So you ain't gonna have country music rolling through when you built the Indigo and got those tax credits for a CRA. Those are some of the things that you should have considered. And so my point here today, Mayor, is I'm very thankful, Deputy Chief Holmes, that you're going in dealing with this with a surgical knife and not a bullwhip. My wife last night had to constrict my son because of indoor noise. We live in a college town.
30 seconds.
And I think that we need to be very sensitive to this. And I've talked to some other older individuals, and I do understand. But here's a calamity that we have. Our kids have gone through a pandemic. They're out. There are some mental issues that's going on. Our police force have their hands full. And even though this is a serious issue,
you're at 3 minutes.
We got to be careful with how we do it. Good job, Chief. And I hope that we continue to handle this with sensitivity. Thank you for allowing me to finish.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mayor, Julian Kerr signed up to speak. I don't know if we've got a connection for Julian Kerr.
I'm here.
Wonderful. Your name and address for the record, please, and the clerk will let you know when you're at 30 seconds.
Thank you. This is Julian Kerr, 2603 Block Drive. I'm here representing the Citizens Committee on Noise Pollution and the Bloxham Terrace Neighborhood Association. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. I'm a traveling nurse on assignment. I want to thank the Deputy City Manager for meeting with us several times over the last 10 months in reference to this issue. And thank you for the commissioners that have responded, particularly you, Mr. Mayor, the Commissioner Porter, and Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox. We really appreciate your support in this. We'd like to centralize our communication at this point with communicating through our email address, which is the Tallahassee Noise Pollution @gmail.com. Again, Tallahassee Noise Pollution @gmail.com. And we encourage all neighborhood leaders and businesses impacted by noise to please join us by emailing us at Tallahassee Noise Pollution @gmail.com. To follow up on the last speaker, this is not a mere subjective like or dislike issue. In fact, it's an objective public health and public safety issue that is impacting our city in negative ways in a widespread way. And as a committee, we would like to be part of the solution. Instead of continuing to talk about the problem, we want to develop a solution that's comprehensive, meaning that it takes all the complexities involved in developing a noise ordinance into scope so that we can have a comprehensive and evolving noise ordinance over time as the city grows as well. We would like it if you please can motion to direct the city staff to utilize our committee and our resources so that we can continue to have this conversation. Just to make it clear, we believe that excessive noise is a serious hazard to public health and welfare, and we have examples of that in our city as congregations are attracted by unregulated noise that leads to these large gatherings that then leads to gun violence and actually exacerbates our police force. And so in a way to help our police force, we need to have a better law, a more comprehensive law, and we would like to be a part of that solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please, Mr. Clerk.
That's the last speaker on the item.
Okay, let's open it up for comments and direction. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank all of the speakers who spoke, and I had an opportunity to meet with some of them on yesterday. I also want to thank the staff. I know in my briefing that I had with the city manager and deputy city manager, they are working very, very hard to try to make this work for everybody. And I'm looking forward to hearing more, seeing more. I know, as I said to the citizens I spoke to yesterday, I seem like we're taking baby steps, but we've got to make sure that we don't misstep. And we've got to try to do our best to understand. I would not want to be awakened in the middle of the night with loud noise as well, so I understand that. But we've got to make sure that we're doing the best we can for all residents included. And thank you for your research, and thank you for sharing what you have put together for us, for our input. We value citizen input. And I know that our staff under the leadership of the city manager and the deputy city manager and our instrumentation group, we're going to arrive at the right solution. I look forward to hearing more about where we are. I know you all have asked for a date of the commission meeting of January 18th. I'm hoping that after the holidays, staff will be able to provide us at least with an update of where we are and some proposed solutions. I'm not sure that we will make all the way to the ordinance, but if we do, that'd be awesome. But I'd like to see where we are when it comes on January 18th. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. For the comments, I got Commissioner Richardson, Commissioner Mello.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I would like to make the motion that we do direct the city manager and staff to sit down and meet. I mean, it can't hurt us at all to get additional information how we can best make this thing work for all parties concerned. I can tell you, I've been personally affected by that loud music that y'all are talking about. I live just under a mile away from the Piggly Wiggly Shopping Center. And when those, and I think it's cars, and they're playing that, I can hear it in my bedroom at home. Like I said, I'm just under a mile away from that shopping center, so I can't even imagine, you know, what's happening at Potbelly's and some of the other places where the music is louder and people are closer to the music. So I would make a motion that we direct the city manager and staff to work with the Citizens Committee on Noise Pollution to see what we can come up with that positively affects all parties involved with this issue.
All right, motion on the table. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Porter. Commissioner Mello.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can support the motion, but I'd really like to see an proposed ordinance come back in January, so we don't drag it out longer. I just wanted a couple clarifications on the recommendations, Mr. City Manager. The distinction between live outdoor music, I know in the agenda item it says including a DJ would be considered live music. Is that, how is that defined, or?
Mr. Mayor, thank you, Commissioner. As we move to an ordinance, we clearly would have to come up with definitions. I think, you know, that would be the next step. But the concept was, I think, we've circled around this issue. We've listened to the commission. We've listened to the citizens. We believe there's a desire to make a distinction between, you know, indoor activity and then outdoor activity. And we know there's a particular club, I think, that probably is at the center of this. We've had experience over the years, AJ's, that's no longer a business, that created problems. We know that was kind of an outdoor venue. We've had GVO that's not operating similar. What staff is concerned with is that you could have outdoor music. So they're playing a band that's outdoors. And at times certain, whatever the ordinance comes in at, they just simply play live outdoor music without amplification. I think you get the same issue. I think we all probably can relate to hearing the marching band at one of our local high schools. They're not amplified, they're just live, and it travels a long ways because it's not. So that's the logic. Clearly a DJ that's outside doing the same thing really is, you know, for all intent and purposes, the same as a band playing. So that probably is amplified, but we're trying to strip it back, make it simpler, make it clearer, put a hard time on it. That was the idea behind what we suggested.
Okay. And I agree with that. I just wanted to make sure the terminology was consistent with, you know, what we're talking about. The second thing I wanted to ask, the current sound ordinance, I just want a clarification. The first violation, I guess there's a come into compliance opportunity, but then it's 250, 350, and 500. And is that, the question is, I believe it's subsequent every 15 minutes. So if somebody, with the current penalties in place, it would essentially be every 15 minutes they would get another $500 violation if they don't comply, or is there any cascading?
Mr. Mayor, let me ask, I believe that's the right interpretation, but I'm not intimately familiar with it. DC Holmes, do you, or the city attorney may have a better
Lou
understanding.
Norvell can address that issue.
Thank you.
I'm just the nature of the penalties, the first, second. So if somebody doesn't comply, I believe it's every 15 minutes they would incur an additional penalty?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And we've had an actual incident where that occurred at one of the local establishments to where they had the 5 minutes, didn't come into compliance, issued them a citation. They continued additional 5 minutes. We issued another one. And it was a third one, and they issued another one. And they were, the next step was them being arrested. So they came into compliance at that time.
Okay. So it's effective, is I guess what I'm asking.
Sure.
That people aren't
yes,
trying
sir.
to buy their way out of it.
It's able to gain the compliance that we need, the current ordinance we have right now outside of the urban core.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I would support the motion. I'd be looking for that to come back with the live music, DJ terminology, however that works out with the 10 o'clock weekday and 11 o'clock weekend timelines. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, motion on the table made by Commissioner Richardson is to bring it back. at January meeting. Seconded by Commissioner Porter. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Passes unanimously 5-0. We are on item number 12.06. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. 12.06 is a sunset review of City Commission Policy 150, which deals with retiree health care. It's a policy that was put in place about 10 years ago. It's operated since then. A couple of cleanup items, including making sure that the sunset review happens on a 5-year basis like most of our other policies. There is one change in our practice that we've recommended in this policy. For most of our retirees who continue on our health care program, their insurance premium is simply deducted from their pension check. There are a small number of retirees, maybe people who didn't work very long at the city, but enough to earn a small pension, where their payment does not cover the premium. In that case, we draft payment from those individuals to cover their insurance premium. We have a very small number of those folks who on a consistent basis fail to make that payment or have those funds available. So the recommended change in there is that individuals who in a 12-month period fail 3 times to make that, make that payment would be removed from the healthcare program. In other words, as long as you're making your premium payments, you continue, and if you're a habitual problem, then we would take action. That's the item that's before you.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
All right, let me jump in first. I don't like the proposed change. I told you that behind closed doors. I think we need to dig in if somebody's having a hard time making the payment. I don't feel comfortable just dropping their health care insurance. Okay? That's my 2 cents. I would like to renew the policy. I mean, renew our procedural policy, but not with the recommendation. I can go into more detail, or Mr. Cook can as well, but you understand what the proposal is?
I guess the question I would have was, how would the policy be paid if they aren't in it? Would we?
It's from what I understand, and Mr. Cook, I'll turn it back over to you, but it's a small number of people. Usually they're older, they're retired. If they miss a payment or 2, what I'm suggesting, much like our utilities, we work with them and try to figure out how we can help get them back on track instead of just cutting off their health insurance, which is what's being proposed, correct?
Mr. Mayor?
Hold on just a second, Mayor Pro Tem, I'll come back to you. Is that correct, though?
Yes, Mayor. I think the one distinction I would draw is that it's not, using the utility analogy, it's not being late on your bill 1 month. It's multiple times. It's a repeat problem, and we are trying to work with them in the interim to get there. But if they ultimately don't, but essentially your description is correct.
Sure, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, I voice my concern to the Treasurer Clerk regarding this. And we're talking about a small number of people. We're talking about people who are part of our city family, the retirees, and who may be in a gap between health insurance and Social Security or Medicare. So my issue is, I believe that even though it's not on the utility bill, we can still provide that same type of customer service, that concierge service, as I call it with the utilities, concierge service with those who have worked for the City of Tallahassee and are now retired, because they're having issues paying their health insurance. They're having issues with other areas, and medicine is very expensive. I know this without insurance, and insurance, having to go get insurance somewhere else out of a group is also very expensive. So I would not want to be responsible for someone missing, having to decide whether they can buy food or medicine because they were not able to make their payment. So I would hope that we would find a more friendly, kinder, gentler, let me use those terms, way of dealing with our retirees to make sure that they have coverage.
So,
thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, I believe that motion would be to reapprove. It's option 1 without the second half. It'd be reapprove City Commission Policy 150.
Mayor, if I
yes, so move.
If I may, the way I would word that, I think, and I understand and appreciate the concerns, and we can work with that, and if it continues to be a problem, we can identify that in more detail and figure out a different solution or come back to you. If I could, I would recommend then that the action be to reapprove City Commission Policy 150 with the noted updates without making a change for the individuals who have not made payment.
Mayor Pro Tem, are you comfortable making that motion?
Perfect.
Okay.
I am comfortable making that motion. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Jim.
And thanks for the clarification, Jim. It was seconded by Commissioner Richardson. Any further, are we all clear on the motion on the table? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Mr. Manager, do we have any other business to come before the City Commission under policy formation and direction?
No, sir.
All right. We are now on unagended speakers for the evening. Mr. Clerk, how many speakers do we have?
10 in person and 1 virtual.
All right, let's begin.
The first speaker is Brian Forbing. Brian Forbing is first, followed by Mike Goldstein. So Brian Forbing and then Mike Goldstein.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Brian Forbing. My address is 5011 Dust Bowl Lane. Thank you guys for having me. I'm the director of Capital Battery Line Incorporated. We're a drumline mentorship agency here in Tallahassee. And I just wanted to give you guys a brief update of what we have going on in the community, and also to end with a brief ask. So Capital Battery Line Incorporated, or CBL, is comprised of members of the percussive arts community with an expressed interest in drumline performance. CBL is purposed to inspire youth to make responsible choices in their decision-making processes, provide tutoring and mentoring services, and improve the performance standards of its membership and participants in their respective academic, career vocation, and social lives. We believe drumming is a communal activity, forging special, enduring bonds between drummers, much akin to breaking bread with one another. So prior to the COVID social disruptions, CBL was contracted with 8 different Leon County School 21st Century programs and maintained 15 active high school participants, helping us with our elementary school mentorship programming. During the shutdown, it was CBL that actually spurred the ideas for the political canvassing that originated with us renting out weekly from every weekend, starting in July, U-Haul, and we put the drummers on the back of the U-Haul with recorded music, track music. The whole idea, actually, you guys, was to recreate the parade experience that we lost with the COVID shutdown, to get everybody outside in their front yards and having a neighborly, social distance, communal celebration of life, because we were losing a lot of life. So that was a fun, exciting community service project that we embarked on, and some actually campaigns partnered up with us, and others established their own thing, which is really cool. I personally have worked with a few projects and committees locally, including a preliminary committee for the Ashmore building, and I believe that Ms. Barnes actually recommended me for that committee because she believes in what I'm doing with CBL and the program with the youth here in Tallahassee, and she was just trying to find us a place of home to operate out of. So with all that we have going on moving forward into the new year, we're actually established in 5 different community centers now. That's Jay Gaither, Bond, in the Bond community, we're in Walker Fort and Smith and Williams, and then we're also in the Springfield Community Center.
You're at 30 seconds.
Okay, and Dade Street. And so we have a growth plan in place to grow into 13 different elementary service programs, and the model is actually to station each one of those with trained high school members that are trained with national coaching certifications and babysitter childhood development training with the Red Cross, which I've already forged partnerships with. So I'm looking for assistance with growing this program, and I would love to sit down with each and every one of you to discuss this in more detail. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Mike Goldstein. He'll be followed by Michael McLaughlin.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hey, it's still Mike Goldstein at 217 West 2nd Avenue. I'm actually speaking on behalf of Brian as well, because we're wrapping up for the end of the evening, so let's get the party started. Depending who you ask, from a year and a half ago, I'm just a bike rider, he's just a drummer, and we met through a pizza maker from a couple years ago. So that's how we kind of forged a bond of what we do. And we all know the story behind that terminology of how you describe your vocation, because the drama that led to the discussion between the chamber and Commissioner Matlow that got us to meet over that, breaking bread at Gain Street Pies one day. So me and Brian formed a relationship from that chance meeting of the minds. And 2 years later, well, feels like that, but about a year later now, he's become a big part of my organization. You saw his shirt, was what we were part of. But it sounds like that's a possible solution to the agenda item in January with the noise ordinance, because what Brian does with the youth also helps prevent crime with drumming and music education and mentorship. So I think what he does is he actually brings in middle school and high school students to help them prepare for college and life skills that may or may not lead to college, but that's part of what could help with noise ordinances, crime prevention, and things of that nature. But we're also looking to build partnerships with the city and the county and long-term longevity of mentoring through entrepreneurship skills. That's a big thing with the city and county these days through OEV and groups like that. I'm actually working with him to get through with Domi now. So we had a big little show at First Friday through Domi Station. First Friday, him and the drummers were out for a good probably hour or so just rocking around. And it wasn't too loud, I don't think, because First Friday is one of those exceptions where it's before 10 o'clock on a weeknight. And that got people to notice what Brian does more. He did leave out, I believe he helped with a few of the campaigns who are still in office and some that didn't make it. So like me and my advertising, Brian's group is hit or miss with getting elections out there, but we do make an impact with what we do. So we're just trying to make a small difference in the city, but also help people be aware of what we can offer as far as how we can team up with simple things like drumming on a bike to make an impact with parades in the future. He did just march in the Winter Festival, so that was his first parade back in a while. I think a few of you might have seen him out there with the drummers, but we're working together to better what the city's trying to do for years now, because it takes me with the ego of my own I'm trying to work on. Apologies in advance to everyone I've offended over the years on the DS and off the DS, but he found me through a mutual friendship, and now we're trying to keep each other in line in the sense that we can actually, I say 30 seconds, we're trying to work together in a sense that we both have the same mindset and ideas sometimes, but we feed off each other's creativity and ingenuity that leads to things like Jim Moran Institute, Jim Moran School, again, OEV, Domi Station, all these big players in the room and outside the room and the table that we find ourselves in and out of. We're trying to make a difference, and we need help. And not just funds, but awareness of what we can offer to people that want to listen.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next is Michael McLaughlin, and then Rosetta Bobo.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Michael. I live at 100 Cadiz Street, and I'm here to talk about this commission's questionable commitment to democracy. This afternoon's vote to remove members of the CPRB makes it clear that this commission would rather listen to the police than to the people. When 9 members of the public came forward and voiced their support for Taylor Bureau for a diverse array of reasons, their voices were outweighed by a single person who identified themselves as pro-police. When the people stand in support of Bureau, but the PBA, which endorsed your campaign and Dan Williams-Cox's campaign, when they stand opposed, the 3 of you stand with the police against the people. The CPRB is supposed to be a space for the citizens of Tallahassee to make recommendations regarding TPD policy and procedures. It's a space where the people get to tell the police what we think they should do and to have that translated into policy recommendations. As such, the police themselves, along with organizations like the Police Benevolent Association who work directly for the police, have no place making any statement about the suitability of the people appointed to that board. People in power, like yourselves and the police, should not get to decide who gets to review them. When they do, we call that corruption. And this commission knows about that. After TPD officers murdered 3 civilians in early 2020, thousands of Tallahasseans took to the streets demanding community control of the police through a democratically elected Civilian Police Accountability Council. Such a council would put oversight of the police in the hands of everyday people the police swear to protect and serve. Rather than implementing the CPAC, which could hire and fire the police chief, control the police department's budget, and hold killer cops accountable, this commission created a weak, toothless review board that can't do anything more than make policy recommendations. And now you want absolute control over what board members say, and you've criticized them if they try to take any real action. The controversy resulting from Diane Williams-Cox's misleading statement at the October 12th Commission meeting highlights the pressing need for true community control of the police in Tallahassee. If the city refuses to implement a truly democratic Civilian Police Accountability Council, then the least this commission could do is support the work of the CPRB in every way it can. If the CPRB asks you for an expanded scope of authority, this commission needs to grant them that authority they ask for. Most importantly, the City Commission should not interfere with the workings of the CPRB. But today, you, Commissioner Richardson, Mayor Daley, and Commissioner Williams-Cox, today you crossed that line.
You're at 30 seconds.
Today, you demonstrated a clear bias against participatory democracy, a clear bias toward listening only to the organizations which have supported your campaigns, and a clear bias against the people you allege to represent. Such a demonstrated bias calls into question your suitability to continue holding seats on this commission. Your actions today underscored the need for true community control of police. You have demonstrated the inability of our current system to reform itself in ways that disrupt and eliminate harms caused by our current methods of policing.
Since we cannot.
All right, on my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Rosetta Bobo, and then Joe West.
Yeah, I don't think she's here.
Joe West, followed by Will Hanley.
Thanks for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Joe West. I live at 2831 Dufton Court here in Tallahassee. Good afternoon, Mayor Daley, commissioners, administrators. I passed the invoices, and I hope Mr. Cook found them that I wanted to have everybody have. Anyway, I'm burning time. Gotta go. This past summer, I came before the commission and requested that the City of Tallahassee match funds the county has made available since we took over the Tallahassee-Leon County Veterans Day Parade in 2010. Mayor Daley was on the county commission then, and I'm sure he recalls how Vet Inc. came to be. We created a nonprofit organization staffed by all volunteers. No one at Vet Inc. draws any compensation for their efforts. These efforts require between 500 and 600 man-hours every year, and we think we do a pretty good job of producing the Tallahassee-Leon County Veterans Day Parade. This was the first year the city agreed to put some money towards our efforts. We were instructed to apply to the CRA. We did, and after being coached on how to answer their questions to become eligible, we were awarded $5,000 that of course, we have to account for how it is used to maintain that eligibility. We have met all the CRA's criteria up to this point. This year, for the first time, we not only got city funding, we also got an invoice from the city for $3,245.11, which has been presented to be 16% of the city's cost for the parade. According to the invoice, which I've shared with you all this year, the cost was $20,281.11, and John just gave Mr. Cook a check for our share. I'm told Springtime will also get a bill like this for their efforts. Winterfest is exempt from these charges. Having been told by your Parks and Recreation event coordinator that this will be a recurring charge for all future Veterans Day parades, and having discussed this with my board, it is with heavy heart that we, Veteran Events in Tallahassee Incorporated, will relinquish rights to conduct the annual Tallahassee-Leon County Veterans Day Parade and turn those rights over to the City of Tallahassee. Accordingly, with no primary mission, Veteran Events in Tallahassee Incorporated will be dissolved in accordance with our bylaws and the Articles of Incorporation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Will Hanley, and then Nita Davis. Was your question the document camera? If you stand at the microphone, there's a little stand just to the right, and you place your document under that white device.
My name is Will Hanley. I live at 1911 Walhalla Court. I appeared 3 months ago to speak with you about concerns that I had about our police associating and training with a convicted criminal in a militarized context. I don't feel that their training with Eddie Gallagher was the problem itself. I feel that it's the symptom of a deeper problem, which is a problem of a culture of violence and a culture of unaccountability, which we need to be careful to control and not allow to permeate our society, including our police. So what happened after I gave those comments was that the chief responded to them, and his response caused me to feel even more concern rather than allaying my concerns. And I want to just show you some excerpts from his response. So just to repeat, Commissioner Williams-Cox asked the chief, the patrol officer is not the one getting that kind of training, and he replied, correct. Now, I've confirmed with the city manager, DC Smith, at the meeting of the Citizens Police Review Board, and I confirmed with the office of the chief that, in fact, patrol officers are receiving that kind of training. So the statement that he made at this dais was incorrect. That's a cause of concern for me. Now, I'm imagining a scenario where there's a public controversy over a bond issue, and there are stories in the paper, there are meetings where people have disagreements about this. It's a controversy. The treasurer is called before the commission at a commission meeting and is asked, so the bond has not been issued. And the treasurer says, correct, but the bond has been issued. Well, what are the consequences in a situation like that? This situation is parallel to this. Now, there are mechanisms, disciplinary mechanisms of supervision, which include conduct unbecoming, which is the mechanism used for untruthful statements by people who are being supervised by the city commission. And I encourage you to explore these provisions and to encourage your staff who have been slow to respond to my messages, if they've responded at all, to consider these questions, which are very serious.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Nita Davis, and then Mark Okasako.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name's Nita Davis, and I'm with Litchgate on High Road, and I live at 1111 Paul Russell Road, Tallahassee. I didn't expect to speak tonight, so you'll excuse me. I have a lot of in scratching here. I've watched over the years as Tallahassee has lost its treasures. Historically, archaeologically, biology, the biologists, we don't have anybody on staff. Now, you know yourself that the state has covered us for years with an archaeologist, but actually they got to the point this year, and I pointed this out before, where they said they're not going to do this. And I have been told that we completely took advantage of their archaeology department, and they finally had to say no. So that means there's absolutely no oversight for archaeology. And this puts me back to the English property that was past the PUD, that was the forest that is going to be developed coming up. There's no archaeology oversight, among many other things. To do species, for instance, there are endangered species on that property that's been noted, but they do species by air. That's how we do it in this town. That's how we check off that endangered species. There's no, if they're viable or not to be looked into. We do infrared. We don't do boots on the ground. We have no archaeologists, and we refuse to have one and to pay for it. It was nixed over at the county this year in their budget. So I'm just asking you guys, what's up with that? You know, you're giving the green light to this 700 acres. There's no archaeologists. And you go back to the archaeology report from Calvin Jones, from Louis Desar, and they both say there are absolutely sites on that property that needs to be explored. There is prehistory sites, okay, where there are sunken lakes for prehistory man. There prehistoric man, excuse me. There's Anhica sites there. And there's DeSoto sites, because we all know it's not written in stone that that is the DeSoto encampment off Lafayette. That looks like it, but really and truly, it doesn't meet the markers to actually be it. So that site is still under investigation, even though we don't have an archaeologist. But I mean, I could go on and on about the oversight that is being ignored. And it's not just, I mean, I'm talking on the English Forest, where it's a recharging station for Wakulla Springs, and how detrimental this will be to Wakulla Springs, absolutely directly. Like I said, I apologize. I know I'm rambling on tonight. Again, I'm a little tired and didn't expect to speak, but I'm just, you know, and what I've heard tonight, guys, that kind of put me back.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Mark Okasako, followed by Midori Okasako.
Thanks for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Mark Okasako, live at 1689 Silverwood Drive. And Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Since July, Save the English Forest, our team of concerned citizens has been diligently preparing a Florida Forever new project land acquisition application. The proposed project, called the English Property PUD Forest Preserve, would protect vulnerable natural features like a ravine, sinkholes, and wetlands. It would provide a nature wildlife corridor traversing north and to south from East Orange Avenue to Tram Road. This proposed corridor would extend from existing conservation easements and green spaces of two well-established forested neighborhoods, Blairstone Forest and Indian Head Acres. The entire 3.5-mile nature wildlife corridor from St. Augustine Road into the English Property PUD would also connect 4 disjointed open spaces planned by the developer. Our proposed 250-acre Florida Forever project would have preserved a significant urban forest with valuable, irreplaceable natural, biological, hydrological, and archaeological features within Tallahassee. However, we were not able to submit our application by the October 31st deadline, in spite of the fact that we had already completed 12 of the 13 required supporting documentations. The missing item was a commitment letter from the governmental entity agreeing to become the manager of the proposed project property. This letter was necessary since this would be a fee simple acquisition. Our team had initiated the request to the City of Tallahassee in June. Regrettably, at the 11th hour on Friday, October 28th, the city's reply to our request was declined. We were disappointed with the city's decision. Even more, we were disappointed that the city's response came just 3 days before the application submission deadline. Here's a brief timeline. June 3rd, in an in-person meeting with Ashley Edwards, the city's Director of Parks and Recreation, we described our plan to apply for a Florida Forever new project in the English Property PUD. We also discussed our preference for the city to be the manager. August 24th, we made a formal request to Ashley Edwards that the city be the manager. October 3rd, Ms. Edwards replied and asked for more information and a map of our project. October 11th, Ms. Edwards said the City of Tallahassee staff group that was reviewing the proposed project needed more information about the restrictions on the manager by Florida Forever. October 24th, Ms. Edwards and Sheena Murray of Florida Forever discussed this in a phone call. October 28th, Ms. Edwards informed us that the city declined to be the manager. The reason given was that they had insufficient information on the internal roadways of the English Property PUD and the stormwater management facilities that will be needed for these roadways. Therefore, they could not agree to the Florida Forever restrictions. No specifics were given about the stormwater management facility, but it should be noted that the PUD amendment application from the August 2021 had marked the southwestern sinkholes as possible stormwater retention facilities. Regardless, this outcome could have been avoided. There was a 6-week gap between our formal request to the city and the city's first reply.
You're at 3 minutes.
If the deliberation had taken place in September instead of October, when the application was due,
Thank you.
we would have had time to discuss possible solutions to the
Thank
problem. I thought I was given 30 seconds.
Was that 30 seconds?
I didn't give the 30-second warning. My apologies. 10 more seconds.
If you want to wrap up your...
Yep, I'm on the last paragraph. If the deliberation had taken place in September instead of October, when the application was due, we would have had time to discuss possible solutions to the problem with the city and come up with a compromise or find another manager.
Okay.
Perhaps this can still be done. We look forward to the city's suggestions, and perhaps we can still come to an agreement with the city becoming the manager for our project.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Midori Okasako and Stanley Sims.
Thanks for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Midori Okasako, and I live in Blairstone Forest. Firstly, our team would like to thank our regional, nature, and local nonprofit groups and individuals for supporting our efforts with the Florida Forever proposal to acquire 250 acres within the privately owned English property PUD. This PUD on the south side is one of the largest unprotected natural habitat within the city's urban service area. Conserving the forest's natural resources while extending a ribbon of wildlife corridor and protecting physical features such as the karst sinkholes in this PUD would sustain the ecological health and water quality of adjoining streams, rivers, springs, and the underlying aquifer that connect to the Wakulla Springs. There are 3 distinct sinkholes on the southern parcels of the proposed project. 2 straddle the northern boundary of the Wakulla Spring Priority Focus Area and the Tallahassee-Leon County Primary Springs Protection Zone. The developer's general land use plan suggests these 2 sinkholes west of the Paul Russell Extension Road be converted to stormwater facilities. This suggested plan was reviewed and approved by the city. In the interim, converting the existing closed sinkholes as stormwater retention ponds may work. However, failure to address the potential problem. Prolonged increase in water load with stormwater drainage could open up the closed basins, consequently exposing high levels of nutrients and contaminants into the sensitive underlying aquifer connected to the surrounding water features. Regrettably, due to the differing visions for these 2 sinkholes, our request for the city to be the manager for the proposed Florida Forever new project was declined 3 days before the application deadline. Since advocating the protection of the majestic English forest for a year now, our team respectfully questions the preferential treatment and time the city grants the key players, in this case, the realtor and the developer. The PUD decision processes, which include planning, zoning, stormwater management, and the environment, are weighted towards the developers. The key players who dictate the PUD's implementation are versed in navigating the city's bureaucracy.
You're at 30 seconds.
Our appeal for a more carefully considered comprehensive plan prioritizing the conservation and the protection of the natural resources and the environment were met with indifferent affirmations by the city, the developers, and other principals. Our sincere concern and input had been sidelined by the city. Last but not least, our team's hope for the coming year is for the city to genuinely practice the inclusion of our citizens' voices to ensure a better PUD project.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Our next speaker, please.
Mayor, that's the last speaker we have in chambers. We do have...
Mr. Sims is here.
Oh, I apologize. I had moved.
We have
I said Ms. Okasako and then Stanley Sims, and then I'd put your card aside. Stanley Sims, and then we have a virtual connection.
I believe we have one more speaker as well in chambers.
don't have another card, but we'll take them and then get a card when we're done. Mr. Sims?
Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Stanley Sims. I'm at 1320 Avondale Way. And the reason I'm here is because, Mr. Mayor, I have been receiving since November 30th the city's desire to permanently keep me out of the building. But the correspondence is not clear. I noticed that when the white guy came up here and talked about the issues with our chief, he didn't yell out and call him a liar. What I'm concerned with, Mayor, according to our inspector, if I continuously to email, city employees can accuse me of cyberbullying. If I talk with any passion, I'm aggressive. I even email you all. Commissioner Curtis Richardson, I was so blessed to get your text praying for my son. Because when I sent out an email to all the city employees saying that, is it okay for me to talk to you? Only 3 commissioners emailed me back. So that left me with the mindset, if I continue to email you, then you would charge me with aggression. I even have a copy of an email that Mayor Pro Tem Diane Cox, in my opinion, reprimanded the staff for allowing my emails to reach her. My second issue of concern is, you all are trying to implement to keep me out of this building for my natural life, but will not allow me to protect myself. And what's so discouraging and hurting to me, our police chief has directed the command staff not to talk to me, not to help me. They have credible information that will prove me innocent on their cams, where a clear incident from Dana Morgan, a city employee who took a situation where the chief falsely he falsely threatened to arrest me, charge me, and thrown out of the building because he did not know the correct interpretation of a law. Because when he was yelling at me, I chose to grab my phone and record him.
You're at 30 seconds.
He apologized for his actions, and I accepted it. This is the first time I've talked about this at the dais. The city of Tallahassee, through the city manager, constantly tells me that they will do X, Y, and Z and have me arrested and thrown out of this building if I act like the chief act tonight when I was at this dais. My question is to you guys.
You can wrap.
What will you all do when city employees are infringing upon my right? I would like to have a meeting with Deputy City Manager Cynthia Barber and the city manager.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please. Your name and address for the record.
My name is Delilah. I will not be giving my address to the record. It's interesting that even though every single time I come to one of these meetings, I fill out an agenda item form, and I absolutely filled out one and gave one to the person in the front, for some reason they're unable to find it all of a sudden at the end of the meeting, even though everyone knows that if I'm going to come to this meeting, I'm going to speak. So I ask that whatever you're doing, you stop, because I am going to interrupt this place and speak, because it is my right as a citizen of Tallahassee, which you seem to not respect. But that's who you are, so I understand that. And I guess if I have to record it next time, I'm gonna record it next time. But let's get into it. Let's get into the heinous display of the City Commission's lack of any real accountability or democracy for, people in the city of Tallahassee, your constant disrespect of the Citizens Police Review Board members who have done nothing except follow the rules that you laid down for them, done nothing except shown you the utmost respect in their proceedings, and done nothing except said to you what they're going to do and give you the information that they will. But you can't respond to them when it comes to the Eddie Gallagher situation. You don't have the time for that. You can't come out to a meeting and support them for that. I haven't seen one of you, except City Commissioner Jack Porter, at a meeting, by the way. You can't give them any information about what's going on or what's happening in Tallahassee. You don't accept the barest minimum of their proposals. One of those proposals just being, hey, if a police officer is surrounding someone and it's 2 or 3 or 4 people, maybe we shouldn't use batons to beat that person down. No, you can't do that. But you can spend your time immediately creating a motion to vote off a popular Citizens Police Review Board member, a Citizens Police Review Board member who had every single member of the Citizens Police Review Board stand for her when she was attacked by y'all. Because of a police mug that you lied about. And let's call a spade. It's not misleading, it's a lie. You lied to the public like you've done multiple times before. You said, hey, the city commission, this Citizens Police Review Board member had an F the police mug. When the mug didn't even say abolish the police, by the way, let's get the record clear. It said abolish police brutality. And the audacity of a city commission where our city mayor has a cup that says, I support police, where half of you are funded by the Police Benevolence Association, where you have friendships and connections on and on with the police, talking about a diversity of opinion and views like you actually care about that. The truth is, you want the Citizens Police Review Board to be a pro-police mouthpiece, and if it's nothing else, it cannot exist. Not even with the barest minimums of reform, not even with the barest minimums of criticism. Taylor Bureau is popular in the community and public. People showed up to the Citizens Police Review Board to speak on her behalf. Y'all didn't show up. The Police Benevolence Association didn't show up. Do the people from the PBA who are in this room, do they even live in Tallahassee? How much do they stay in Tallahassee? How much do they come to public meetings? Oh, let's go on the CAC board that the police have, the one that doesn't have public meetings, the one that has no public forum to be criticized or judged in. This is exactly why we need community control of the police and why I believe it's the only option and the option that you're setting up for people in Tallahassee. Because when you don't provide people with an ability to criticize some of the most powerful people in our society, they will revolt against it. And if change can't be made through the state, I believe that change will be made in the streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Mayor, the next speaker is Erica Halbert, who is connected via WebEx.
All right. Erica Halbert.
Was connected earlier and apparently has dropped. Do we have anyone remaining there? The only other name I had was Kristen Irvin, but I don't think that connection was made at all. So I believe we're finished with our speakers.
Okay, and we're good to the sharing of ideas. We'll start with the Mayor Pro Tem, who's on phone.
Thank you all very much. Happy birthday to the mayor. Happy anniversary to my chief of staff, Dr. Tawanda Diablo Davis, and her husband, Christopher, for 26 years. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa. Have a great end of the year.
Thank you. Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I could say ditto to what Commissioner Williams-Cox has said, wishing you a happy birthday, as well as staff. There was I think she's still here. I know I saw it. There she is. There's the birthday girl. Happy birthday. And happy anniversary to Reverend Dr. Tawanda Davila Davis as well. I hope she's enjoying her anniversary with her loved one of 26 years. And I also wanted to announce that tomorrow is the Public Safety Marketplace at Walker Ford Community Center, if anyone wants to come by and get some goodies to eat. And we're certainly encouraging the community to come by, those who are in need. And as Commissioner Williams-Cox said, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and Happy Kwanzaa. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to address a few of the public comments, Mr. Forbing, yeah, please reach out to us with more information about what you're working on. Secondly, I think I wanted to get more information on the status of the Veterans Parade. I got the information that Mr. West distributed and heard his statement. I do think it's important our community continues to have a Veterans Parade. It seems like we're discussing a matter of a few $1,000s. If that's accurate, I think we should just readdress that in the future to make sure that event can continue. The third point on the Forever Florida application. I think there's some, I don't know the specifics of the roadway location and those sorts of things, but my general question is there an opportunity for us to prepare an application for Forever Florida that could work with all parties to get a concrete proposal in?
Manager?
Mr. Mayor, I would say what I know is Ashley Edwards is our Parks and Recreation Director. That was the idea, that was the goal. The plan is not clear enough to know the land that would have been purchased and deeded essentially to our Parks and Recreation Department. So as that clarity happens, I think there is, absolutely, but it just couldn't be done in the time of that. And we wouldn't be making the application. So the owners have gathered together to make the application. You'll recall this is privately owned land being developed by somebody else and with an attempt to get Forever Florida dollars to set certain land aside. In order to do that, as I understand, and I could be wrong, forgive me if I am on this, that we would need to take title to it and put it in our Parks and Recreation group. So just, just wasn't clear enough where the infrastructure would go relative to that land, and I think ultimately, but to that end, yeah, I think it is entirely possible for a future application.
Okay, I would be interested in us just keeping that conversation going and figuring out what is doable and what we can obtain as information becomes available. And lastly, I just wanted to address the comments on the training with war criminal Eddie Gallagher, where it was stated that they weren't patrol officers that were being trained on the matter of the TAC team. Can we get some clarity on that statement, if it was misconstrued of the question when it was asked, or?
I can answer the question.
Sure, go ahead. I'm not even clear on what was presented.
What Mr. Hanley presented about the question whether or not it was the patrol officer receives that kind of training, the chief said no. And I understand what the chief meant. In fact, I copied you guys on it so you would see the exchange of emails with Mr. Hanley. The members of the TAC team received that training. The question Mr. Hanley then said, are any patrol officers on the TAC team? It's possible. Can't say there are or there not. It's a variety of ranks. Patrol officers in their duty as a patrol officer do not receive the training. That was the answer that the chief provided. So I felt confident in the answer that the chief gave, understood Mr. Hanley's question. I know he reached out to Deputy City Manager Barber. He's reached out to the city attorney, shared his concern. I think we're clear on the concern and confident that the answer was as intended, that TAC team members receive the training, not a patrol officer. Could they separately be a patrol officer? They could, in other varieties of ranks.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that clarification, because my recollection, the conversation was based around officers' interactions with the general public, and if general public patrol officers are interacting with the public, and they were also at a training where Eddie Gallagher was at. So I think that clarifies the question for everybody, though. Thank you. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too want to see if there's anything we can work on for the English PUD. I would love to see that. I was wondering if we could get an informational item about the change in the state's participation in our planning process, and how I know that several months ago they let us know that they weren't going to be participating in some kind of archaeological review. If we could have an item come back to us, just an informational item about that, including, information about other cities and whether they have archaeologists on staff, whether it's something they contract on a rolling basis, their roles. I'm just curious about that generally. If so, do you have any thoughts, Mr. Manager?
Mr. Mayor, we certainly can send an email if that's easier. If the commission wants to vote on bringing an item back, we could do that too. It won't take much. That's
just email us.
Sure, an email is fine. If possible, if it could also include, and I can just follow up asking for this, I do want to see what other cities do, because I imagine other cities do things like this. So if that's something that can be included in that email beyond just the pre-existing relationship with the state and what they did, I would appreciate that.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners,
Sure.
and I think Commissioner Porter understands it, just for clarity, so there is a required duty to do the archaeological study. I'm probably saying that wrong, but it's the question of who does it. We were fortunate to have the state do it for us for many, many, many years. That was the exception, not the rule. And they gave us notice and they were no longer doing it. But it doesn't eliminate the need to do it. The question is, how does it get done? So
Right.
we'll certainly be happy to provide that information.
Thank you. And lastly, I wanted to say some of us were at the city's Winterfest parade. It was a lot of fun. I cannot believe how many people like to run. I'm not one of those people who are in that jingle bell. I was shocked by, I think it was 1,300 people or something crazy. And I too want to wish everyone a happy holidays. I'm looking forward to spending some time away with my family. And then for all those who are listening and interested members of the public here, I want to remind everyone that we have our annual retreat coming up on January 18th in the morning. So if there are items of interest, things you want to bring to that table, think about it beforehand, email us. I know that, you know, with the holidays, things can just creep up on you. So I wanted to let everyone know that we're going to be having that retreat. Thank you.
Thank you. We stand adjourned.